Okay, we are live. Welcome back, everyone. Empty Screening Podcast. All five of you who are going to watch this video, it's great to have you here today. All five of you. We appreciate you. My name is David, and I am joined here today with my good friend Regan. How you doing, Regan?
I am doing great, and I am just pumped to get into this topic that we're about to speak on.
Yeah, what are we talking about today, Regan?
Today, we are talking about arguably one of the greatest filmmakers in American history, and certainly probably cinema history as a whole, Steven Spielberg.
The one and only. I mean, I feel like even if you're not really a movie person, you've heard of Steven Spielberg. He's just so synonymous with the movies. And I was going to say this. I feel like Steven Spielberg, or you could say like Martin Scorsese is like the cinema guy. You know, he's kind of the, if you're a little bit deeper into the whole cinema well, he's kind of like the big guy. But for just like the everyday moviegoer, Steven Spielberg is kind of the one. He makes movies that just about everybody can enjoy, and I've been a fan of his movies my whole life, basically, and I'm sure Regan has as well. So we're just very excited to get into this. And actually, it was Regan who suggested that we do this video idea a few months ago, and it was kind of a stop and go process for a while there, but a few weeks ago we were like, okay, we're doing the Spielberg thing, and we really locked in and watched a bunch of his movies. So, Regan, I'm curious to hear, just before we get into the list, what do you think makes like a Steven Spielberg picture? We kind of talked about this a little bit with Paul Thomas Anderson as well, but like what are like the things that you see in a Steven Spielberg movie that makes you say, "Oh yeah, that's a Steven Spielberg film"?
The first thing I look to in a Steven Spielberg movie is the blocking.
Yes.
Steven Spielberg is an incredible director, not just at getting great performances out of his cast, but at how he sets up the shot of his movies and the composition of the frame and where the actors are standing. He is so good at a lot of that. And you can see good blocking in basically every single one of his movies, even the ones that are not as good
Yeah.
or even straight up bad. There are some scenes in them that are really great because Spielberg directed them.
I
And another attribute is that, Spielberg is largely associated with blockbusters. And as you kind of mentioned at the beginning, he's more accessible. Like Scorsese is not as accessible as a director as Spielberg is, and I think because of that, and certainly we've probably both seen this in the film community, is that people will undermine and take Spielberg for granted because he makes largely appealing blockbuster films, and I think that's awful. Like
yeah.
people will take him for granted just because he will make films that everybody can see, and I think because he can make films that everybody could watch, he's a better director because of it.
I completely agree. And on top of that, I don't know if there are very many directors who are as who have a filmography as varied as Steven Spielberg. Like he just does everything and anything. And for the most part, it's quality throughout, you know. He can make a war drama, he can make a dinosaur movie, he can make an alien movie, you know. He can make sci-fi, a Holocaust film, and he can do it to the best possible way. You know, he is known for being a very diverse filmmaker, and I don't know if very many other filmmakers can be like that. Because even my favorite filmmaker of all time, you know, David Lynch, he has a very kind of specific type of movie that he makes, and when he tries to branch out and do something like Dune, it isn't always successful. But Spielberg seemingly can just kind of do it all, and that's really one of the things that I look to in a Spielberg film. And you kind of mentioned this, that he gets great performances out of his cast, and I think a great Spielberg movie always has a fantastic cast. His casting directors throughout the years have always just produced amazing casts with so many incredible performers. It's honestly really impressive that, I mean, aside from like Tom Hanks, who's in a lot of his films, you don't really see like one actor in just about every Spielberg movie. He has such a varied range of performers, and I think that's one of the really cool aspects of his filmmaking as well.
Yeah. And I got to bring something up here before we begin because it's kind of the way I view Spielberg's entire filmography, and I'm going to be referencing it while we go through our, our ranked lists. But I kind of view Spielberg's filmography in three chunks. Uh, the first part of his filmography, which is from his directorial debut to a certain movie that we will get to, uh, that's a period of time that I refer to as unhinged Spielberg.
Yeah.
Uh, then, from about the year 1985, around there, to up to around the early 2000s, it is what I would refer to as peak Spielberg. And then past that point, past the early 2000s point and onward to now, is what I would refer to as modern Spielberg. And each of these, like all of these sections, you can see like kind of the trends that Spielberg is kind of adapting to, and really latching onto and using in his films. And in each period, like these films within these periods of his filmography are pretty consistent with one another, and you can kind of compare him as a director to where he is in my headcanon, filmography time periods. So I'll just be referencing movies such as part of this period and stuff as we move along.
Sweet. Yeah, I think that's a very good way of looking at his filmography. I like how you named the like first third of his filmography as unhinged Spielberg, because you definitely see that a lot in his early stuff, which I love. Um, okay, should we just dive right in? I'll say we'll give like a brief plot synopsis for some the movies that we're going over, because probably a lot of these most people haven't heard of or have never even don't even know that they're Steven Spielberg movies. We can kind of give a little plot synopsis before diving into whatever movie we're talking about. I don't know. Is there anything else you'd like to add, Regan?
I just got to replug my phone. It's going to take like 2 seconds.
Okay. Yeah. We'll hang tight for a moment.
All right. I have nothing to add, so let's
just dive right in. How about I go first? I can just start at my bottom spot. Okay. Here's another thing with Steven. We mentioned that he has such a varied degree of films in his filmography. And he has some real stinkers in his catalog, like some really just terrible, terrible movies. And, there are a lot of prestigious filmmakers that have bad movies. And Steven Spielberg is one of them. He has a few what I would just consider just like pretty much straight clunkers, very little of value of them. And my number 34 spot, my last place Steven Spielberg movie, is 1941. So for those of you who don't know, 1941 is like a political farce war comedy movie that takes place right after Pearl Harbor. And California is in fear of a Japanese invasion, and so they kind of look to the military to protect them, but the military is a complete mess and just can't do anything properly. The main general guy who's in charge of the army really wants to watch Dumbo as everything else is going on. But basically, my biggest issue with this movie, this is a comedy, and it is not funny at all. There may be a couple lines that made me chuckle. I mentioned that the general really likes Dumbo. That was kind of one of the highlights for me. I thought that was kind of cute that he just really wanted to watch Dumbo. This is a huge ensemble cast. You have so many different famous actors, including our boy Toshiro Mifune. I probably butchered that name pronunciation, but bear with me. He's in the movie. You also have Christopher Lee, you have Dan Aykroyd, you have John Belushi, you have Murray Hamilton, and a bunch of other famous people.
Slim Pickens.
Yeah, exactly. Um, and you'd think that this would be a slam dunk. As a matter of fact, let me read you off where this movie falls in Spielberg's canon of movies. He had Jaws, Closest Encounters of the Third Kind, and then there was 1941, and then he had Raiders of the Lost Ark and E.T. So it's like right in the middle of a fantastic run for Steven Spielberg, and this is just terrible. Biggest issue that I have with this movie is that it just feels so boring because I'm not laughing. It just feels so long. The movie's 2 hours long, and never before when watching a Steven Spielberg movie did I pull up the time on the screen to see how much left I had with it. I think I pulled it up like 5 different times, and each time I was like, "Oh my gosh, there's another hour of this movie. Are you kidding me?" It's just not funny. It's bland. It's boring. It's kind of in poor taste sometimes. Uh, it's just kind of a mess. I don't think it's a very hot take to have this one be in last place. And I do think the one that I have in 33rd place is maybe worse. But this was the one that annoyed me the most. The one that just kind of like grinded my gears. I was in a bad mood after having watched it. So yeah, 1941 is my 34th place.
Nice. What I will say about 1941 at this moment is that it was written by Robert Zemeckis and Bob Gale,
Yeah.
the two men who wrote Back to the Future and its sequels, which just boggles my mind because Back to the Future is one of the funniest movies I've ever seen in my life. And so it kind of shocks me that they fumbled it so hard in this movie, which is okay because Back to the Future was after this.
Yeah.
And they hit that out of the park. So I'm okay with that. The other thing I'll say right now is that there is a character in this movie. Looking at it, he's played by an actor named Treat Williams. He plays a soldier, and this soldier is very obsessed with this blonde woman throughout the entire movie. And he comes off as really sinister and kind of evil. And I don't understand the point of his character, and never once did I ever like it when he was on screen, and it never seemed like the movie was building up to him getting like punished like at all, and the punishment that does happen isn't even like bad, like not even that bad. And I kind of wanted him to get run over by a tank by the end of the movie, and it didn't happen. So yeah, I didn't like that.
I'll also add that this movie is very technically impressive. Like some of the sets that they designed for this film, a lot of the blocking, like we mentioned, the blocking is pretty great in all of his movies, but the way Spielberg is able to direct a massive crowd of people is very technically impressive. But it's a comedy that doesn't make me laugh, and there are few things more torturous than watching a comedy that doesn't make you laugh. So that's why 1941 for me is at the bottom spot.
Yeah. All right. My least favorite Spielberg movie is one that has not. It has been the same for quite some time. In 2018, I went to the theater and I watched Ready Player One with my siblings. Fun fact: I got into a fist fight with my brother for this movie on a completely unrelated note.
Whoa.
We're good now. We love each other. But I had a bruise on my face, and we went and watched Ready Player One, and it did not make my mood any better.
That's
watching
hilarious.
this movie. Ready Player One is based on a novel of the same name by an author, Ernest Cline. The screenplay is also co-written by Cline as well. It takes place in the future of 2045, where for some reason Columbus, Ohio, is the largest city on Earth for some reason. And instead of trying to fix the world and being productive, people just spend their days in the Oasis, a virtual reality paradise where you can be anybody from the Warner Brothers property. Um, the book is has its moments, it has its charms. I like how the pop culture is incorporated much more in the book than
Hmm.
it is in the movie. The book has its own problems. Uh, the main character is very unlikable in the book, and most of the characters in the book generally are terrible people. And so, the one thing that I will say about Ready Player One that it tries to do at least is make all the characters at least like likable. And you know, they age a lot of the characters down. They're basically just a bunch of kids fighting Krennic,
Hmm.
who's in charge of the evil corporation. Um, and the one thing that I actually like about this movie is that Spielberg really uses the camera. The camera is moving all the time in this movie, and it benefits from that because of the heavy visual effects and a lot of the fully 3D animated scenes. And that's where we get to the problems. The 3D animated scenes are ugly. I hate looking at them. They give my eyes cancer. I'm still taking chemotherapy. Uh, I really can't stand how the animated characters look, especially the main guy's avatar looks so weird, and um, it's the story is just, and this is a problem with the book too, but the story isn't that investing. It focuses way more on just making sure the pop culture gets in there. Like there's so much emphasis placed onto what is this referencing and what are you supposed to do to solve this? What kind of pop culture thing are you supposed to use to solve this piece of the puzzle? And uh, when this movie came out, and Spielberg has agreed with this, a lot of people's favorite scene is The Shining, where they recreate the Overlook Hotel and they go into The Shining, and I can't disagree more. I think the scene is very painful to sit through. I love The Shining,
Me
and
too.
it being just cheaply referenced is not my idea of paying tribute to that movie. Uh, it's kind of cool to see them like go in and restore like the old film footage and use like some of the actual, sorry,
No
uh
worries.
go in and use some of like the actors from the film in there. And I kid you not, they tried to get Jack Nicholson to return
Are you
for a cameo
serious?
in Ready Player One.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
it didn't
I
happen
I'm
because
sure
Jack
that pissed
Nicholson
him
was
off.
smart.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a smart person. He didn't go for it, but that would have been crazy because
Oh
that means
man.
that probably would have been the last movie that Jack Nicholson ever appeared in, would be Ready Player One.
Oh my
So
god.
I'm really
Thank
grateful he's
goodness.
not in this movie. And as far as a Kubrick tribute goes, as we'll talk about later, Spielberg has done that much better in a different movie involving Kubrick.
Yes.
Uh, and we'll get to that eventually, but like in every single way, like the Shining, that sequence represents to me what is wrong with this movie, and that's just it prioritizes cheap references over anything else. I don't care about a single character in this movie. The character drama that they try to introduce is really stupid and makes no sense. Uh, the only person who seems to understand the assignment is Mark Rylance.
Yeah.
Uh, he plays Halliday. He's admittedly pretty funny. He's kind of like autistic and just quirky, and he delivers his lines with kind of this like dry tone, as if he kind of knows that this movie's really stupid, but he's just going through the emotions to get this movie made. It shocks me that Spielberg took this on as a project, uh, and you know what else is there to say? It's Ready Player One. It sucks.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah, this is my number 33. So I'll just kind of add on to what you've already said. I agree that the best part of this movie is Mark Rylance. I basically have liked him in everything I've seen him in. He's also very good in another Spielberg movie that we'll be talking about a little bit later in the list, I assume. I think he's quite charming in this film. I also kind of liked Ben Mendelsohn, maybe just because it reminded me of Krennic from Rogue One. But I will say this was a very interesting time where TJ Miller was just in every single movie, every single TV show. And I am so happy that that time is over because there are a few actors that actively just like piss me off more than TJ Miller. I never like him in anything. He just really annoys me. And we don't see his face in this movie because he plays like a CGI, really ugly looking animated character as well, and he's really frustrating and annoying in this movie. But I I I agree with everything that you already said. One of my biggest issues with this movie is this just feels beneath Steven Spielberg. Um, it feels like a project that should have been covered by a studio director, somebody who just kind of does what the studio tells him to do. But this is an established auteur, one of the greatest filmmakers of all time. To be doing one of these soulish, cash grabby, Space Jam 2 esque movies is just really disappointing. One of my favorite animated movies ever is the Lego movie. And the Lego movie has a bunch of Easter egg references in it. You get to see Star Wars and Gandalf, and you get to see Superman and
Shaquille O'Neal.
Batman. Yeah, you see all these people. But what I like about that is it understands what made people like those things. People like Star Wars because they love Han Solo, they love the Millennium Falcon, they like Gandalf. Um, in Ready Player One, the references just feel empty. It's not, oh, that's the Iron Giant. It's just this is like a CGI recreation of the Iron Giant without any of the heart or soul that makes you love the Iron Giant in his own movie, right? It's soulless, it's cheap, it's disposable. Like this isn't a movie that's going to be remembered in 30 years, and if it is remembered, it's going to be seen as like a bad relic from a bad time period in movie making history where studios were trying to make this stupid cash grabby Easter egg film. So that's why it's number 33 on my list. I really dislike Ready Player One and all that it represents. So it's only down that low because or it's not in last place just because I thought 1941 was just a little bit more annoying. But there you go. What do you have for number
Yeah.
33, Regan?
All right, my number 33. There have been times in Spielberg's filmography where audiences were blessed to have two Spielberg movies in one year. Spielberg double feature. This happened in 1993, which we'll talk about, 2002, 2005. And I think the first of these, I might be wrong, but 1989. In 1989, Spielberg gave us Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, an amazing film that we will, of course, get to later in the list. Uh, little less known is that his second film that came out that year is a film called Always. Now, if you haven't heard of Always, that's because it sucks and it's really bad, unfortunately. Uh, and Always is about a firefighter. He goes up in the sky in a plane and picks up water from the lake and drops it on fires. He puts out fires. He really likes putting out fires and flying. He says that multiple times throughout the movie. Uh, he is in love. He's played by Richard Dreyfuss. So we have a probably pushing 60 Richard Dreyfuss. I think he's probably late 50s is my guess.
That's probably
But
my
we
guess
have a
too.
late 50s Richard Dreyfuss who's madly in love with a Holly Hunter in her early 30s. So very crusty age gap there. And she wants him to retire, and she wants him to spend the rest of his life with her. And he's like, I have one more mission. And if it wasn't obvious before, the foreshadowing is not very subtle, but he dies during this last mission, and he becomes a spirit, and he guides. He becomes a spirit guide to the man that eventually cucks him and takes Holly Hunter from him. So there's that. That's always. Always is very bad. People will sometimes refer to Spielberg as schmaltzy and sentimental, and yes, he is. Like you could see that even in his best movies, he gets pretty sentimental sometimes with the characters, and that's very welcome in a story that's written well and very nice, and you like the characters. Um, However, always is the worst of these because it is incredibly schmaltzy and sentimental without ever justifying it because the characters are unlikable. You can't really attach yourself to anybody in this movie. Nobody really has an arc. Richard Dreyfuss spends the entire movie being a very rude and very selfish person, and he ends the movie being a little less rude and a little less selfish.
Slightly less selfish, like
Well,
just minusculely
yeah.
less.
The only person who seems to understand this movie is John Goodman.
Mhm.
He's like the only person who's having fun in this movie. I kind of wish he was in another uh, Spielberg, honestly. And with John Goodman's presence, like honestly, this movie feels like it could have been done a little better under like the Coen brothers. Like this actually feels like a Coen brothers premise
It kind
and
of
something
does.
that they would just kind of go off the walls with and make it just insane. Uh, and it just doesn't work with Spielberg. My queen Audrey Hepburn is in this movie, and this is unfortunately her final movie,
Man.
and that makes me very sad because now I have to think about Always when I think about Audrey Hepburn. Yeah, no, Always is bad. They use TIE Fighter sound effects at one point in the movie, and that totally took me out of the movie. It was very funny, and probably the only time I actually laughed, but I was laughing at the movie and not at it with it.
Yeah.
This movie is what 1941 was to you. I checked the time on this movie maybe like 4 times. I was so ready to be done with this movie, and I want to stop talking about it, so I will.
All right. I'm going to continue talking about it though, because that is my number 32 on my list. And yeah, I really don't like this movie either. You mentioned the schmaltz, the sentimentality of Spielberg movies. And I think it's a very beautiful and admirable quality about some of his best works is that it really stirs up emotions in you. Here, I don't feel anything. And so when it's trying to be sentimental, it just pisses me off. Man, the guy who plays the man that Holly Hunter falls in love with, Brad Johnson, gives one of the strangest performances I've seen in like a big blockbuster movie. He is, I don't know what he's going for. He is just so silly and so kind of unlikable and dumb and arrogant. And so in that way, he kind of complements Richard Dreyfuss really well because that's the exact character that Richard Dreyfuss is playing too. This is his worst role, I think, at least the worst I've seen him in. Richard Dreyfuss is terrible in this movie, and I'm kind of a Richard Dreyfuss enjoyer. I like him in some of the other Spielberg movies, but he is so bad here. Makes me just like not like him at all as an actor after watching him here. He just seems like such a dick in this movie, honestly. I will say he's only in the movie for maybe like a minute, maybe a minute and a half. But when Keith David showed up, that made me kind of happy. I was like, oh, Keith David is in this movie. Awesome. I love Keith David. Maybe just want to watch a John Carpenter movie instead. So Keith David, that's pretty awesome. And like you said, John Goodman is also very good in this movie. I just feel like there's maybe something to this premise, and it was just executed very poorly. Maybe he was dedicating more of his time to the other 1989 movie that we talked about, Last Crusade, and who can blame him? That's one of my favorites of Steven Spielberg's. We'll get to that one later. But as it stands, Always, it sucks. It is not worth your time at all. Just skip this one for sure. So that is my 32 on the list.
Nice. And moving right on to my 32, we already talked about this movie, 1941. It's bad. The reason why I have it above Always and Ready Player One is what you mentioned before. The technical aspects of this film are very impressive. This is the first time Spielberg's working with a large budget for one of his movies,
That's
and
crazy.
it is really impressive what he gets away with in this movie. Like it kind of, and I do think it's appropriate to make this comparison. It kind of reminded me of a Kurosawa movie with the way he
Mm.
is directing all of these extras
Yeah.
and directing them what to do, where to go, the use of miniatures and the house collapsing at the end, or the bulldozer going through the paint factory. Like they're all like fun set pieces that are really cool to watch, but you know, I don't like any of the characters, and I don't like anything uh, that is happening with any of the plot lines. I laughed once during this movie, line that Slim Pickens had, and I unfortunately can't repeat it here because it's very crude, but it did get a laugh out of me, so I kind of hate myself that I laughed at this movie with it for once. But yeah, it's not good. So let's move on.
Okay, I'll add one last thing. The movie opens up with a parody of the opening Jaws sequence, and oh man, it pissed me off so bad, that opening, making fun of his own movie, an iconic scene. It just, like, from that very beginning, I knew that I wasn't gonna like the movie very much. So okay, my 31. I think some people really like this movie. I watched a couple other people's lists in preparation for this video just to see what other people thought of the movies. And one guy had this movie in his top 10. And I couldn't disagree more. I really didn't like this movie. My number 31 spot is The Terminal. Okay, so we talked about the sentimentality in the schmaltz. And I think The Terminal is the absolute worst case scenario, besides Always, of what the Steven Spielberg schmaltz looks like. I just was like, I could not handle how corny and cheesy and baffling the tone of this movie is. But let me explain what it is. So, Tom Tom Hanks plays an Eastern European tourist. He flies to America to do something that his dad asked him to do. And while he's there, he finds himself stranded in the airport. He can't leave because if he leaves, he'll get arrested by the American police for trespassing onto foreign property or foreign country because they didn't accept his visa. And he can't go back because the country he's from, what's the country called? I forget. Krakosia. Yeah, Krakosia.
Krakosia.
Yeah, Krakosia won't take him back because it's currently under revolution. Now, first off, Tom Hanks does this, like, kind of really goofy Russian accent through the whole movie, which I don't know. This whole movie has a lot of really silly moments, but kind of like 1941. Instead of laughing at them, it just kind of made my eyes roll to the back of my head. Like I said earlier, there's nothing worse than an unfunny comedy. He made this movie after, I believe it was War of the Worlds. Correct me if I'm wrong there. But he said he made a
It
movie
might have
about.
been before.
Okay, maybe before.
Right before.
I forget which movie. He made a movie that was kind of on the darker side of things, and he said he wanted to make a movie that kind of brought people together. And I kind of admire the movie for that. There is, if you kind of squint your eyes hard enough, there's kind of a nice message about immigrants and the benefit that they have on American society. I think that's very cool. Diego Luna is in this movie. He's fantastic. It's fun to see Andor in here, as well as Zoe Saldana. I thought Zoe Saldana was very likable in this movie. But the core of what the movie is basically Tom Hanks just living in this airport and kind of his interactions with the people who work there and who travel there often. I found this to be over sentimental. I thought it was really boring. It has some really impressive filmmaking. They had to build an entire airport to film this in because no airport would accept them to film a movie in there. So that's pretty cool. But overall, I think the messaging of this movie just didn't really work for me. I thought the romance was very corny. I thought the humor was pretty bad. Stanley Tucci plays this like comically mustache twirling villain in this, and that really didn't work for me. I could see people seeing this as kind of like a guilty pleasure, like this movie brightens my mood, but this movie did not brighten my mood. It actually just kind of pissed me off. So the Terminal, that is my number 31.
Nice. I'll say right now that there was a moment in this movie where there was an extra that looked almost exactly like Hayden Christensen, and I thought it was Hayden Christensen, but it wasn't. So
Dang. That would have been cool.
yeah,
Also, lots of product placement for Burger King in this movie, which is kind of weird. I think when people say that they don't like Steven Spielberg, this is the kind of movie they're imagining that Steven Spielberg makes all the time. It's like this really sentimental, boring, schmaltzy, romantic, crowd pleasy mess. So really, really, really not my thing.
yeah. All right. My number 31. 2011 was another Spielberg double feature year. Uh, One movie that I will not mention now is very good. The other one is not, and that is Warhorse. Warhorse is Spirit Stallion of the Cimarron for white people. Uh, it focuses on a boy named Albert, I think, when people actually named their children a name like Albert. Uh, and it focuses on him and his romantic relationship with a horse that his mother purchases for the farm. Uh, this takes place during World War One, which was one of the most brutal and bloody wars in the history of the entire world, and somehow it's kind of impressive, but Spielberg made that war into something that is incredibly boring and schmaltzy and sentimental, and something that I did not like at all. I think the war sequences in this movie are like this movie. I don't know who it's for because it feels like it should be aimed at kids, but it's too boring for a kid to sit through. And none of the war sequences are exciting. Sometimes a random British actor will show up and you're like, oh, it's that guy. Kind of like David Thewlis shows up in this movie. Benedict Cumberbatch shows up. Tom Hiddleston shows up. Tom Hiddleston dies. Spoilers.
You shouldn't be
I don't
watching
care.
Warhorse though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like skip this one.
I'm spoiling this movie.
Yeah, go for
But
it.
I just, the first half is relatively grounded. It's kind of like this slice of life in the countryside of England where they have to like till the whole land before the landowner comes to reclaim his land or something, and they're like, oh, horse, you could do it, you're too young, but I believe in miracles. Here, let me give you a reach around, it'll give you energy, kind of thing. And then suddenly it makes a hard turn left into World War One. And they have to sell the horse to the army, and then Albert goes to war to find his horse, and he meets we follow the horse on all these weird adventures, and somehow the horse survived World War One and reunites with Albert, and they kiss and make out at the end of this movie. And I don't like this movie at all. It's so boring. I only remember that the guy's name was Albert because I had to look it up. I don't even remember what the horse's name was, and that's proof enough. I guess my one compliment to this movie is that it looks good.
Mm-hmm.
I do like the cinematography in this movie, and because it's like aimed at kids, I guess, the war sequences are like tame, but not tame enough to kind of get the message across to younger people. Like, oh, this person died, or this is a horrible thing that's happening, or whatever.
Mhm.
But it's not enough for me to like it.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird that Spielberg made this movie, and the same year Martin Scorsese made Hugo, which is also a movie aimed at kids. And while Hugo has its own problems, I think it succeeds much better at being aimed for kids and
Yeah.
being a little more interesting than War Horses.
Yeah.
So
I saw both of
yeah.
those movies in theaters when they came out and loved Hugo and didn't like Warhorse very much. So you're proving your point there. Um, I'll be talking about Warhorse in a little bit too. I don't love that movie much. Um, okay, my number 30 is an interesting one because it's one of the few Steven Spielberg sequels. He obviously made the Indiana Jones sequels, but apart from that, he decided that he wanted to go back and make a sequel to what is his most popular film, the film that probably most people know him by, and that movie is, of course, Jurassic Park. Classic, one of my favorites. We'll talk about it in a while. It's much further up on the list. The sequel, of course, to that film is The Lost World Jurassic Park. Now, um, first off, let me pay this movie some credit. It has some pretty fun sequences in it. For example, it has one of the craziest cuts in movie history. The movie starts with this little girl who's getting attacked by tiny dinosaurs. And while the mom is screaming as she sees her daughter being attacked by dinosaurs, it cuts to Jeff Goldblum yawning, which is really funny. I love that cut. That almost makes the whole movie worth watching just for that. But then also towards the end of the movie, I guess I'll spoil it too because you don't need to watch this one. They bring a T-Rex to not Salt Lake, to San Diego, and it's really fun seeing the dinosaur stomp around and kill people. And there's a fun sequence with the boy who looks out the window and sees the T-Rex and wakes up his mom and dad. And I think that part is really fun. So there are some really well crafted moments. For example, there's the RV falling off the cliff and the glass. That's pretty cool. But apart from those moments, which are fun, this movie is just like completely disposable. It is not worth your time at all. Jeff Goldblum, who was really good in the first movie, gives a very just kind of bland, boring performance in this one. It's like they zapped out all of his charisma from the last couple movies, and the supporting cast just isn't really it either. Nobody really gives that memorable of a performance. And there are some really stupid moments in this as well. There's a scene where there are velociraptors in the shed, and Jeff Goldblum's daughter does some gymnastic swirls and kicks a velociraptor in the face. You can't make this crap up. For being one of the best, most exciting, interesting blockbusters of all time, one that revolutionized cinema forever, it's really disappointing that this is the sequel. Just like maybe fine at best, bad, not good. It's disappointing that this was what this team came up with for a sequel to one of the best blockbusters of all time. So I don't have too much else to say. Mediocre movie. It's not the worst thing ever. You could throw it on and it's fine, but nothing worth watching. Number 30, The Lost World.
Nice. My number 30 is an actual children's movie from Spielberg.
I know which one it is.
And it is, based on a book that I read as a kid, and I really liked the book as a kid. It's written by one of the greatest children's book authors ever, Roald Dahl. And Roald Dahl adaptations have a pretty good history in movies. We have the incomparable Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory with Gene Wilder.
So good.
Danny DeVito's Matilda, which is also amazing. The 90s Witches movie, which is kind of weird, but still not bad. Fantastic Mr. Fox.
So good.
Wonderful Story of Henry Sugar. Wes Anderson really loves Roald Dahl, and I love that he loves it. And then Spielberg added his own into that, which is the BFG, which stands for Big Friendly Giant. But in the Doom games, it stands for Big Effing Gun. So um, the BFG is about an orphan named Sophie. She lives in 1960s London. She has no family. She's all alone. And she wakes up in the middle of the night to see a giant something tooting a horn into people's windows. And the giant notices her and kidnaps her and takes her to a faraway place past somewhere into giant land. And she discovers it's Mark Rylance with Dumbo ears, the BFG. And then they come up with a scheme to basically get the help of the Queen of England and England's resources to subjugate and imprison the man-eating giants that live with the BFG. That is it is the plot of the book and the movie. The movie follows the book pretty dang well. However, for some reason, to me, it is void of any of Dahl's charm. Like, I really like the book, and I think the movie is just missing a lot of that. Mark Rylance is all right as the giant, but I don't know. There's something about it that just throws me off. I think it's the fact that he's supposed to be like 100-foot tall giant, but he just looks CGI and weird. That might be my problem with it. I really don't know what else I can say about this movie. It's so weird. I think the only scene where it feels a little bit more like charming and close to what Dahl wanted people to feel when reading the book is when the BFG and Sophie go out to catch dreams at the pond or whatever. I think that scene is decently cute and effective. Strangely enough, John Williams' score for this movie is actually pretty good, I think. Like, it has the energy that matches Spielberg's other like kid-focused movies, and for a late Williams score, I think he actually did pretty well with the BFG, which is very sad because I wish that score could have been put in a better Spielberg movie. But I don't know. The Queen of England farts in this movie, and so do her corgis. And I don't think even as a kid I would have found that funny.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Pretty much dropped the ball with that one. And I feel like Spielberg was kind of tailor-made to make a Roald Dahl book. Don't you feel like? Like, I think like a movie like Hook, which we'll talk about later, he's very good at making movies for kids, you know. I think he could have easily made a much better version of it, but it was kind of in the same era as Ready Player One. I think it maybe came out the year after Ready Player One, so it has that really ugly.
2 years before.
Oh, okay, year before. But it kind of has that same ugly CGI look to it that is a little disappointing. It has a couple charming moments, like you said. Okay, my number 29. Regan's already talked about it. I have War Horse. Now, Regan asked, who was this movie made for? And I think I have a pretty succinct answer who this movie was made for. It was made for the Academy, because the Academy loves these kind of movies. They love these movies where it's really schmaltzy and there's a war background and it's very sentimental and kind of bittersweet. Unfortunately, the rest of us, when we watch them, we're just kind of bored by them. And I will say this movie was nominated for a lot of the technical categories, which I think well deserved. The technicals in this movie are very nice. I think the ending war scene that Regan was talking about does look pretty dang good. Um, Unfortunately, this movie is based on like you caring about the central relationship between this boy and his horse, and I'm not interested in that relationship at all. So think of a movie like American Tail by Don Bluth, where two people are separated, and when they finally get back together, it's so joyous and triumphant and beautiful. In this movie, I kind of felt nothing when the boy and his horse reconnected at the end of the movie. So I don't have too much to say about Warhorse. It's just kind of a nothing burger for me. It's just like not good. It looks nice. It's inoffensive. I think you could throw this on for a kid and they'd be mildly entertained. Maybe, I don't know, or maybe they'd just be bored to tears, like Regan was saying. But uh, really don't have much to say about this one. 29 Warhorse.
Nice. And my 29 is also one we have already addressed, which is The Lost World, Jurassic Park.
Okay.
Thankfully, I have never had to pass a kidney stone. But I imagine passing a kidney stone is very much akin to the experience of watching The Lost World, Jurassic Park, and the subsequent sequels to this franchise.
Gosh.
There is no good Jurassic Park sequel.
Nope.
When I first watched this movie, I thought that wasn't that bad, but then now in my recent rewatch, I have to amend that statement. This is a bad sequel, and so are the rest of the movies.
Yes.
Jurassic Park is perfect, and it does not need any sequels, and it's very sad that it has as many sequels as it does.
Yeah, man. It's just become that franchise that studios pull out anytime they need to make a quick buck and they don't put any thought or care into it, which is just devastating. It is so sad to think of it like that.
Yeah, and the weird thing about this movie is that it is one of, I don't know if it's probably not the first movie to happen like this, but it is one of some movies where it was made because the author was pressured or influenced to write a sequel to their book. Mm-hmm. Because the book Jurassic Park, the book was incredibly successful. The movie was a smash hit. Both of those properties are very, very good. I love the book
Me
of
too.
Jurassic Park.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It is, you know, straight like, even though the movie Jurassic Park isn't a perfect adaptation of the book, I'm fine with that. But if there was ever a book accurate adaptation of Jurassic Park, it'd probably be rated R and it'd probably be more horror.
Yeah.
Based, which would be so fun. That's the only way I would allow any more Jurassic Park is if they just went and like did a straight to page adaptation of it. But Steven Spielberg is actually one of the main people who went to Michael Crichton after the success of Jurassic Park, and he's like, "You should make a sequel to this." And so, unfortunately, Spielberg is a little bit to blame here for The Lost World. The book, The Lost World, isn't bad, but it's certainly, you can certainly tell that Crichton didn't really want to write it that much.
Yeah.
And what he does with the story, I guess it goes in an interesting direction, and I can admire that he went for it anyway. But the movie just takes what he did in the book and really waters it down and makes it just so boring. You mentioned Jeff Goldblum. I kind of agree, but at the same time, like knowing what Ian Malcolm is like in the second book, like it kind of makes sense what Goldblum is trying to go for here. Because this is a little bit of a rant about Jeff Goldblum, but unfortunately, after he played Ian Malcolm, he decided to base the rest of his career and all the other characters that he plays in movies off of Ian Malcolm, which is very, I kind of wish he would go in different directions.
Me too.
I guess it works. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess. But, The Lost World is one of very few movies where he's not playing the same character, and he's like trying to emulate what Crichton was going for Malcolm in the book, but it just doesn't come off as interesting. Like you can tell that Malcolm has like trauma, and he doesn't want to be involved, and he just wants to keep people safe. Like I appreciate that the movie tried to do that, but at the same time, I can appreciate it and also realize that it really doesn't work when Spielberg is just too focused on getting more dinosaurs and visual effects into this movie rather than the characters and directing the actors within the movie. There are so many more dinosaurs in this movie,
Yeah.
and the CG effects are certainly more ambitious. Uh, this movie has somehow aged a little worse than the first movie has. There are compared to like the one or two or three shots in the first one that have kind of aged a little there are probably around like 20 shots in this movie where I can point out, oh, yep, that's a weird effect.
Yeah.
There's far less emphasis on puppetry and the practical effects that they utilized in the first one, and that's very sad to see.
A trend that continues on through the rest of the franchise too, unfortunately.
Yeah. The screenwriter of this movie makes a cameo and he gets eaten by the T-Rex, which may be indicative for how Spielberg felt about the final project. Maybe, I don't know.
That's funny.
But yeah, this movie isn't good, and Spielberg has made some good sequels to his movies, but this is not one of them. So let's just move on.
Okay. My number 28, Regan just barely talked about it. Again, I don't feel like I have too much to add to the conversation here, other than I think this movie is a little bit more cute than other people give it credit for, and that is the BFG. The BFG is my number 28. I think Mark Rylance is actually kind of fun in this movie. He made me chuckle a few times. And Regan mentioned the part where they're like capturing the dreams. I think that part's pretty fun. Where they go and see the Queen is really stupid, but I don't know, kind of made me crack a little bit of a smile. Roald Dahl definitely deserves better as an author. Somebody whose creative vision is so brilliant, especially in the medium of children's storybooks. I think he's one of the great visionaries. And frankly, he deserves better than whatever this movie, especially since the BFG, like alongside Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, is like one of his biggest, most successful works. So it's a pity that we got it from somebody. I can tell Steven really likes this story, but I don't think that him at that point in his career, he was the right person to hire for the director or him take on the project for the BFG. So that's about all I have to say. It's my number 28. I don't hate the movie. I think it's mostly just kind of fine. It's like a 5 out of 10, kind of somewhere in the middle. I don't like it very much. I do think it's kind of annoying, but it's not the worst thing in the world. So that's my number 28.
Nice. All right. Before I get to my number 28, I will say between my number 28 and my number 27, there was a gap in quality.
Okay.
Past number 27 and onward, I think the movies have much more to offer in quality and other places. And my number 28 here is also one that we have talked about already, which is The Terminal.
Hey.
I'm a little bit higher on this movie than you are. I don't think it's incredibly boring. Like I like some of the kind of more sentimental and childish elements to this movie. I think Tom Hanks is serviceably charming in this movie. I like the entire beginning where he's still trying to figure out where he's going to stay in the airport and how he's going to live. And I like how the movie shows us how he's going to figure it out and, get those whoppers. If this movie, so I'll say this about The Terminal, because I don't have much to say about it itself. Like, I think the ending is fitting for it. Like, I do like the ending. He finally gets to fulfill his dad's dream, and he gets the signature, and he listens to jazz. Uh, I think Stanley Tucci is kind of funny in this movie, um, both ironically and unironically. Um,
Most of my enjoyment from the movie
but
came ironically, yeah.
yeah, this is my pitch for if this movie, The Terminal, were made today. One, uh, it's been on my mind since I've just watched this movie with you. The Terminal could be another premise for Nirvana, the band, the show, the movie, where Matt and Jay go to the airport and pretend to be stuck in there and try to gain attention and attraction to try and get booked at the Rivoli. And uh, you'd probably have like a cameo from the Burger King crown guy and different things. They're just messing with the airport security and the people in it. Like I think this premise with just Nirvana, the band, the show, would do numbers and be very funny. So that's my pitch to Matt Johnson, though I know he will never see this. So
Hey, maybe he will. Maybe he'll just be scrolling on YouTube one day and he'll come across our video and watch that. And the Nirvana, the band, the show, the movie, the sequel will come out and it'll be based on the terminal.
nice.
I was going to say, just adding off of that, this thought literally just came into my mind as you were talking about it. This is basically the less good version of Roof Man, the movie with Channing Tatum that came out last year. Just like some guy who's stuck in this place and forms relationships with people around him, even though it's like illegal for him to be there or whatnot. Just go watch Roof Man instead. That's actually a really good movie. I like Roof Man a lot. Okay, my number 27. I'm actually kind of excited to talk about this one because it's kind of grown in my estimation a little bit since I first saw it. So, my favorite film franchise of all time is Indiana Jones. I love Indiana Jones. It's I think it's so great. I love adventure movies, and that is the peak of adventure movies. It is just masterful, and I'll talk about them in a little bit. Later on in the 2000s, George Lucas reapproached Steven Spielberg with the idea for a sequel, and Harrison Ford wanted in as well. And Steven Spielberg didn't really want to do a sequel. He was a little hesitant about it. But eventually, to satisfy his friends, he agreed to doing it. And what we got was Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull in the year 2008. So I remember watching this when I was like 10 or 11, right when I was first getting into Indiana Jones, and not thinking it was good at all. I thought the nuke stuff was really stupid. The monkey stuff was really stupid. The alien stuff was pretty lame. And cut to the year 2026, and I still kind of think that stuff is really lame. Um, I will say though, the first like 50 minutes of this movie, I think are actually pretty good. Even like the Nuketown stuff, despite the fridge, like get rid of the fridge stuff, that's ridiculous. But like when he's in the Nuketown and he's wandering around and he's figuring out what's going on, it seems like kind of a cool way to introduce Indiana Jones to a more modern age. I like that. And I actually think Shia LaBeouf isn't too bad in this movie. Maybe that's an unpopular opinion, but in the first few minutes, there's a great amount of chemistry between Indy and Shia LaBeouf, who plays Mutt. I love the chase scene at the start. There's a real grit to the action at the start of the movie. I think the first 50 minutes of this are actually pretty dang good. It does kind of go off the rails in the last part of the movie, obviously, and I think it gets kind of stupid. This is maybe the only unlikable Cate Blanchett performance I've ever seen. Cate Blanchett being one of the best actresses of all time, of course. I don't think she's I don't know. She might be the worst Indiana Jones villain. I don't know. Because Mads Mikkelsen is actually kind of good in Dial of Destiny, I think. But this is far and away a better movie than Dial of Destiny. Let's get that out of the way. This has the grit. Harrison Ford still can pack a punch, can do an action scene while looking believable. He's not literally like an 85-year-old man, just wobbling from scene to scene. I think that this movie is okay. It's not good. It's not very bad. It's not super bad. There are really bad parts in it, but I think this movie is okay. As a reconnection between John Williams and Steven Spielberg, I think this movie could have gone in worse ways. And I'll also say I like the ending scene where Shia LaBeouf tries to put on the Indiana Jones hat and Harrison Ford takes it away because nobody else can be Indiana Jones. So I like that element of it. Yeah, it's not as bad as I remembered it being.
Nice. I'll get the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull in a minute here, but I'm gonna turn on the light in this room because it's getting kind of dark,
Yeah.
and then I'll get to my number 27 here.
Nice.
All right. My number 27 is kind of a strange film, at least to me, because Spielberg is not the director, I think, that was properly fit to make this movie. Uh, but there are parts and scenes in this movie that work very well because Spielberg directed them. That is The Color Purple. The Color Purple takes place in the early 20th century, like 1920s to like 1930s, 40s, somewhere there, and focuses on a African American woman in the Deep South named Celie Johnson and the trials and tribulations that she goes through in her life, the people she meets, her terrible home life, and so on and so forth. This movie stars Whoopi Goldberg as Celie, and I legitimately think it is one of the best performances in a Spielberg movie. I think Whoopi Goldberg is very, very good in this movie. She sells the dramatic moments so well. It is crazy that, you know, in a movie that has problems, you know, Whoopi Goldberg is definitely not one of them.
Yeah.
And this was her first movie, which is crazy. And also their first movie, Oprah Winfrey also makes her film debut in this movie, and she is also very good.
So good
in this movie. Like, and honestly, like all of the performances, like the whole cast here is doing a great job. Like Danny Glover is very, he's good, but his character's a little strange in this movie.
Yeah.
But you know, and as I mentioned, this movie is about an African American woman. It is written by an African American woman, Quincy Jones, a very famous composer, African American. He made the music for this movie. It's one of the only Spielberg movies where John Williams did not compose the score. The only problem is this movie is directed by one of the whitest men in Hollywood, Spielberg. So you can see a lot of Spielberg's traits in this movie. This movie is the beginning of what I would call peak Spielberg. It's him shifting into what he would go on to do in the later 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s. This movie, I don't think, balances the dramatic tone with Spielberg's sentimentality very well. Like there are scenes in this movie that come off very comedically, and they're played for comedic purposes, but I don't think they have any place in the story. The one scene that stands out in my mind is when Danny Glover is attempting to clean the house and make breakfast before his mistress shows up, and he's like panicking and trying to do everything, and you know, Celie has no interest in helping him. And it comes off really comedically, even though, you know, Danny Glover's character is a very terrible person and an awful human being. And, you know, I get we're supposed to be laughing at him, but the movie doesn't really see it that way by the end. It's a very strange movie. Like, yeah, I said that already, but, you know, the intention is there.
Yeah.
And Whoopi Goldberg and Oprah Winfrey and the rest of the cast is so good that, you know, I kind of give it a little bit of a pass. even though it was very clear that Spielberg wanted an Oscar with this movie, and of course they didn't really give it to him. Um, Thankfully, because he would later receive Oscars for better movies.
Yes.
But yeah, The Color Purple, 27.
Okay. My number 26, an interesting duology we have with Steven Spielberg is his like black movie duology, and that's with The Color Purple and Amistad. He decided that he wanted to go into black rights, which is fine, He clearly has really good intentions with these movies. My problem, like you, is I just feel like he is ill-equipped to handle some of these story elements. My number 26 has some amazing, amazing moments in it, but ultimately stumbles for me. And so my number 26 is Amistad. Amistad follows.
Same.
Is it really?
We're matching.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, we have the same 26. We can talk about this together then. So, Amistad follows in 1839 the slave ship Amistad that set sail from Cuba to America. During the trip, the slaves overtook the ship. They took over, and in an attempt to get back to their home country, the captains actually led them to America, where they were recaptured and are attempting to reclaim their freedom so they can go back to their homeland. Now, I said that there's some amazing moments in it. The best part of this movie is like the opening 10 minutes, which honestly might be one of the best scenes in Spielberg's entire filmography. It is brutal. Like, oh my gosh, you feel there's so much texture in the scenes. The opening shot is of the slave as he's trying to claw open his key so he can escape, and you can see like the blood coming down his finger. It is so textured. There's rain coming down. When somebody stabs another guy, it feels like somebody is actually being stabbed. It is so brutal. It kind of reminds me of early Spielberg, like Temple of Doom era Spielberg, where it is so gritty.
That's unhinged Spielberg.
Yeah, it's that unhinged Spielberg. And that sequence is so good. And I just don't think the rest of the movie competes with it. There is another sequence later in the movie towards the middle where it shows how the slaves were captured. That's also very, very good. But again, I think that opening scene is where the movie peaks. Now I'm gonna have to look up his name really quick, so bear with me. But the lead actor in the movie is
Jimon Honsu?
Yes, Jimon Honsu, who plays Sinke, and he is unbelievable here. He is really, really good in this movie. Unfortunately, I think their part of the movie only covers about maybe 40% of the film. And if it was all about them, I think that this would be much higher up on the list. However, a good chunk of the movie follows the white guys who are trying to free them from slavery. And those guys are played by, actually, our boy Stellan Skarsgård is in this, and Matthew McConaughey. And normally I would love to see Stellan Skarsgård in this movie, but I can't help but feel like the focus should have just been solely on Sinke and his crew, his band, because that's where the emotional heart of the film is. Whenever it cuts back to the white guys who are trying to save them, I was so bored throughout this whole movie when it was cutting back to them. I think the ending sequence, which is Anthony Hopkins advocating for their freedom, is kind of a boring way to conclude the movie. It's just kind of them spelling out the themes that they're trying to get across in the film. So my thoughts on Amistad are really great parts. It doesn't quite work together as a whole picture. I think a black director would have been a much better way to go about telling this story, as opposed to Steven, who, as you said, is one of the whitest directors in Hollywood. That's my thoughts. I like it okay. How about you, Regan?
Yeah, I'm totally with you there on the opening sequence. That's definitely him tapping back into his unhinged days. I love the shot where it shows Sinke and he draws the sword out
Mm.
and the rain's like dripping down and he like brandishes the sword. It is so cool. Like this sequence kind of feels like a Tarantino
Yeah.
sequence, which is crazy to say about a Spielberg movie, but it's so good because of it. And yeah, Jaimon Unsu really brings it home with his performance. He's good in like everything,
Hmm.
but he needs to fire his agent because he just keeps popping up in the worst movies. And while he is the best part of those movies, he deserves so much better than being in Netflix original movies and Marvel slop and all of that. So yeah, it's it's a really strange movie, and I think if you compare like the first 10 minutes to the last 10 minutes, it it's really that's the smoking gun right there. That's the problem with the movie is that it begins and it has a great first half where the story's really engaging and you're really into what's going to happen with Sinkei and his friends. Like I'll give the white guy stuff a pass in the first half because it's really focused on whether or not it was legal for the slaves to kill the traders and uh, they reached American soil, all that legal stuff, blah blah blah. And this happens actually quite a bit with Spielberg movies, where the movie will reach a natural climax, and then the movie will continue for who knows how long. Uh, this happens with a lot of Spielberg movies. It happens with
Yes.
The Lost World, Jurassic Park. It happens with some movies that we'll talk about later. It happens with this one, especially because they solve the case with Cinque. And you think, okay, now they're going to go home. And then they don't. And Anthony Hopkins enters the movie. And the speech he gives to the Supreme Court, I timed it, is 10 minutes long. It is 10 minutes of Anthony Hopkins literally just talking. It's just him walking around talking about the legal things.
So
And
boring.
it's so boring. The only scene in the second half that I really like is Cinque meeting John Quincy Adams. I think that scene is really cool and very like poignant and kind of reflective of what will happen later in American history and stuff like that. But other than that, like the second half offers nothing. Uh, I will say John Williams' score in this movie is pretty good. I like his the choral
I agree.
arrangement that he has. Like when Cinque and his friends finally return home and that choral arrangement plays and the choir scene, like I love that part. The ending doesn't make the movie worth it, but it's a good ending and I like the music.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, so Amistad is could have been great, but it's settled on just being fine.
Yeah, that's basically how I feel about it too. And that's basically how I feel about the next movie on my list, number 25. You already talked about it. It's the other film in, like I said, Spielberg's race duology, where he decided you want to make movies about black people, and that's The Color Purple. I agree with what you said of Whoopi Goldberg and Oprah being like absolutely the standouts. They're phenomenal in this movie. For being their first time performances in a movie, it's just like amazing. You can tell that they were just born to be actresses. Um, and similar to Amistad, I think the story is one that's worth telling. I think it's a very compelling, rich story. I'm sure the book is fantastic. Ultimately, it just comes down to I don't think Spielberg was the right director for this movie. I could see somebody like, I don't know, Steve McQueen making a very compelling rendition of this film, or who's the guy who made uh, Mufasa? Why is that the movie I'm thinking of for him? The guy who
Barry
made,
Jenkins.
yeah, Barry Jenkins. Thank you.
Barry Jenkins.
Yeah, I think Barry Jenkins could do a very good version of this story. I can't believe Mufasa is the example that I gave for Barry Jenkins. Uh, Moonlight is the movie I was thinking of. I just couldn't fish out the name. I love Moonlight. So as it stands, I think great performances overall, just kind of an okay movie, tonally all over the place. And maybe this is a bit of a hot take, but I don't love Quincy Jones's score in this movie. I think it is pretty good. It kind of just feels like he's trying to do a John Williams um, impression. Uh, and I love Quincy Jones. I mean, he produced some of the best pop albums in music history, obviously with Michael Jackson and all of that. So no disrespect to Quincy Jones. The score just wasn't my favorite thing in The Color Purple. So that's my number 25. Don't have too much to say.
All right. My number 25 is also what you mentioned, uh, Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
Okay.
I love Indiana Jones as well. Lego Indiana Jones is amazing. All these Spielberg movies are great. Um, if anything, uh, if Dial of Destiny was directed by Spielberg, it would be at the bottom of the list.
Yeah.
No questions asked. But thankfully, the best thing about Destiny is that it makes Kingdom of the Crystal Skull look so much better.
It does.
And honestly, I couldn't be happier about that because I think this movie is a little overhated.
Yeah, I
like
agree.
honestly, I think people don't give it credit where it's due because Spielberg has some great sequences in this movie. He's still getting some great performances. There are, of course, some problems with it in a sec, but I kind of agree with you that like kind of the first like 50 to minutes to an hour, like that part of the movie is pretty dang good.
Yeah.
Especially when they're in New York. Um, and even when they get to Peru, like the first little chunk of that where they're trying to find John Hurt and they go to the insane asylum and they go to the graveyard. That part's good. I like that part. That part's kind of fun. And it's not until they get captured by the Russians in the jungle is when the movie kind of halts and starts being incredibly bad.
Mm-hmm.
I hate to say this as much as I like her, but Karen Allen as Marion, Marion does not fit into the story very well.
Yeah.
I understand the purpose of her being there, but they just do not do it very well at all. Because there is so much like character behind the relationships between these people in the movie. Like Indy used to date Marion. They broke up, but he left her when she was pregnant. He didn't know that, of course, but then she has Mutt, and he doesn't know that Mutt is his son. And they go to find Oxley, who is basically the man who raised Mutt,
Mm-hmm.
and is a very close family friend of Marion and Indy. But he doesn't like Indy because Indy left Marion to raise Mutt on her own. And all of this, like all of that baggage, is delivered to us in a scene where we can barely hear the dialogue out of Marion's mouth. And this is really a lot of character history that should have been given to us either naturally or in some other way, like earlier in the movie. I think honestly, like John Hurt being out of his mind for most of the movie hurts the story.
Yeah.
And robs the ability to have like interesting character interactions with all the other characters. Like if he was sane, this movie would be a little better. It wouldn't fix the story, but it would be a little better than it is.
Yes.
Kate Blanchett gives the worst performance of her entire career in this movie.
Yeah.
I really don't think she's worse in any other movie. She is weirdly bad.
Yeah.
It is so weird that she's so bad in this movie.
For being one of the
so sad.
Yeah, for being one of the best actresses ever, like what she does nowadays. I mean, okay, I haven't seen Borderlands, granted. Maybe she's worse in that movie. I don't know. But apart from that movie, I think of like Tar and I think of Carol as just some of the best performances of the century. So so weird that she's just like really bad in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sorry to
and oh no, you're good. You're good. The other character that we haven't mentioned yet is Mac, played by Ray Winstone. He is by far maybe the worst character. there are a couple characters in Dial of Destiny that could compete with him, but he is one of the worst characters in an Indiana Jones movie ever. His motivations make no sense. He's very annoying. He has no rightful place in this story. I kind of wish they did away with him like they did with Indy's random friend in the beginning of Temple of Doom.
Yeah.
Have a situation like that, maybe. I don't know. He drags this movie down significantly. Shia LaBeouf, I agree with you. He is very good. He's having a lot of fun. He unfortunately switched up on this movie very suddenly, right before it came out, which is very weird.
It is very strange.
And I know Spielberg and Ford didn't really like that. It's got its moments though.
Yes,
it's still a fun movie. I really think the ending is very fitting for him. Like,
yeah,
all these years, Indiana Jones has been on the hunt, on the quest to find the next artifact, to seek the treasure. It's the thrill of his life. He loves doing it. But the one thing he didn't have was a family, something to fulfill him, fulfill his personal needs. And I like that it ends like that.
Me too.
And I can pretend that nothing ever happens after that movie.
It's easy to forget about Dial of Destiny, honestly. Like, it is a very forgettable movie. And so this can be the finale, but honestly, for me, the finale for Indiana Jones will still always be The Last Crusade, even though I do kind of like Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, Like, for me, that was the perfect way to end the franchise, with them riding off into the sunset, but not as bad as people say it is. It isn't. It's not as bad as people say. Okay. My number 24. I think this is kind of the point in my list where I begin to actually really like the movies quite a bit. My number 24 is Bridge of Spies. So Bridge of Spies follows, it's during the Cold War. The Soviet Union captures U.S. pilots, and in the U.S. They capture Mark Rylance's character, who is Rudolph Abel. Tom Hanks ends up being like his agent. He looks after him, makes sure that it's okay, and they decide that they want to trade off hostages. And it's one of those Spielberg political thrillers, which I don't know if a lot of people really like them, but I actually tend to kind of enjoy his political thriller side of things. And I think this is no exception. It is a really fun movie. I like movies that are more just kind of trying to solve a problem, characters figuring out how to solve that problem. Mark Rylance won Best Supporting Actor for this movie. I don't know who he was running up against that particular year. There probably was somebody more deserving than him, but I think he gives a very likable performance in this movie. You're giving me a smile. Is there a big performance that he won over or something, Regan?
I'm going to mention it when I get to Bridge of Spies.
I like him in the movie, is what I'm trying to say, and I think Tom Hanks is pretty good here too. So I don't think it's his best political thriller. It's not my favorite. We talked about this before, but I don't love the ending of this movie. It kind of feels just a bit too sentimental for my liking. A lot of his kind of political thrillers strangely have very weird endings that don't fit the tone. Even in his really good political thrillers that we'll get to, I think his endings never really work out as well as I would like. But as it stands, I think Bridge of Spies is pretty good. 2010's Spielberg is pretty hit or miss for me. Like, he has some really good movies and he has some really bad movies. And I think this is on the good side of things for him. So that's my 24's Bridge of Spies. Yeah.
Nice. All right. My number 24 is a movie that I am fairly certain you are much higher on.
Okay.
But my number 24 is Lincoln.
Oh, really?
Lincoln.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
I like that one. I like that one a lot.
All right.
I want to hear your thoughts on it, though.
All right, Lincoln. Lincoln for me, it's got some amazing things in it. First and foremost, Daniel Day-Lewis plays Abraham Lincoln, and he is tremendous. Uh, I truly, it's one of Day-Lewis's greatest performances, and he has done some incredible performances in other movies that we have talked about.
Yes.
Uh, he disappears. I don't see Daniel Day-Lewis. I see Abraham Lincoln. Like that is just Abraham Lincoln. That is our president. That is the president of the United States. Arguably, I'll say it. Arguably the greatest United States president of all time.
I would happen to agree.
But
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Not to get too political in here, but yeah.
Yeah. But this movie, it takes like there are scenes in this movie where the camera will just stop and then slowly zoom in and just let us watch Daniel Day-Lewis cook and just astound us. And I really, this movie is at its best when it's just about Abraham Lincoln. Now to get to my problems, first and foremost, something I was going to mention with Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, but it is present in here and with actually a lot of what I'll say modern Spielberg in that era, in modern Spielberg movies, is Janusz Kaminski, who is Spielberg's cinematographer, who collaborates him very often with most of these modern films. Kaminski very often will wash out like the backgrounds with bright lights and have the light shining through windows, and it gives the films like all these like washed out looks, and it works for some films that I'll get to. I do not think it works in Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. It makes that film look cheap. It's missing the grit of the original trilogy. I don't think it works in Lincoln either. It really distracts from, the people we're supposed to be focusing on in that movie. The other big problem that I have with this movie is that I think it is mistitled. I think a much more appropriate title for this movie is 1865, because it is much more about the events of that year rather than it is about Lincoln himself. This movie largely focuses on the effort to ratify and pass the 13th Amendment, which freed the slaves. And I think that's a very cool and fun thing to focus on. And it's kind of a companion piece to what you've referred to as the African American duology of Spielberg's career.
Maybe the African American trilogy. I guess I just didn't include this one because there aren't very many African American characters in this movie. It is mostly the white guys in this movie, but I could see it being deemed a trilogy, but anyways. The African American trilogy of Steven Spielberg.
And it's all fun, but it's just with the title Lincoln, there's an expectation that you're going to learn about Lincoln and that you're going to focus on Lincoln. And while parts of the movie does so, and I think those parts are great, the parts that aren't are still fun, but they just have a different tone to them.
Yeah.
Like when they're hunting for votes for the amendment, it's very funny. It's played off comedically, but it feels like it's in a slightly different movie than the Lincoln parts. I really like the scenes with Lincoln and his son Robert, and Robert trying to persuade him to let him go to war. I think those scenes are very good. Joseph Gordon-Levitt is doing an amazing job playing against Daniel Day-Lewis.
Yeah.
This might be a little bit of a hot take, but I think Sally Field is not very good in this movie as Mary Todd Lincoln.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't. There's something about her performance. Something about it feels off to me. And with her character too, because she wants the same thing as Lincoln. Like she's rooting for the 13th Amendment to pass, but then they have a dinner party and she, for out of nowhere and for almost no reason, she antagonizes Tommy Lee Jones, who is like the leader of the faction that is trying to pass the amendment.
Mm.
And I'm like, girl, he's trying to help you. Why are you doing this? And uh Lincoln's other son, Tad, is also in this movie. And looking at history, there are pretty much confirmed reports that he was not all there mentally.
Hmm.
This movie kind of just shows that, and it's really off-putting. And I feel like it should have Tad should have served a little bit more purpose in the story. And he feels, and I'm sorry to say this, it has nothing to do with the fact that Tad in history was probably, mentally ill, but he just feels like a nuisance in this movie.
Hmm.
So like whenever he shows up, it's just like, get him out of here. Let's get to like the important stuff in this movie.
Yeah.
Uh yeah, so I have my problems with Lincoln, but it has some great things in it. There's an Adam Driver jump scare. There's a Coleman Domingo jump scare. Uh, it has probably one of the funniest F-bombs in a Spielberg movie. So there's that too. But it just, for me personally, like, I don't pick up on everything that they're trying to set down on the table. So yeah.
Interesting. Okay. I'm much more positive on the movie than you are, it seems. It's a lot higher up on my list. So I will save my defense till when we get to that point, because I do want to talk about it. I'm actually quite big on Lincoln. I think it's a fun one. But for my 23rd, I want to ask you a question, Regan. What would you guess is the lowest rated Steven Spielberg movie on Rotten Tomatoes?
Oh, I know this. It's Hook.
Okay, yeah, it is Hook. Hook is my number 23. Now, I was not aware of that. I didn't realize that it was so poorly received critically. Because when I was watching Hook, I was kind of just delighted by everything that was going on. So, for those of you who don't know, Hook is the story of Peter Pan. He's grown up as an adult and he's played wonderfully by Robin Williams. And so he's all grown up, and Captain Hook comes to take revenge by capturing his kids, and Peter Pan has to rediscover what it means to be Peter Pan. Hook kind of feels like the end of an era, just in Hollywood, but also in Spielberg's career. This movie is so tactile. Like, all of the sets are actually there in person. They're huge, they're enormous. The pirate ship looks beautiful. The pier that they're docked at looks beautiful. Where the Lost Boys are is incredible. Like, this is a very visually rich film, and it is led by two of my favorite Steven Spielberg performances ever. Robin Williams, I think, is just delightful in this movie. He is aggressive as an adult, and he lashes out at his kids a few times, and you can tell that he's kind of become bitter with his age. It's kind of a traditional trope in a lot of these family pictures, the dad that doesn't hang out with his kids anymore because he's too busy at work. But I think Robin really sells it here. And even better is when he becomes Peter Pan towards the end of the movie. I just think he's so whimsical and delightful, and he brings that childlike energy. Just cannot imagine anybody else in this role other than Robin Williams. And then Dustin Hoffman is just so funny as Captain Hook in this movie. He makes me laugh a lot. And the actor who plays me, Bob Hoskins, is also fantastic, also really funny. Anytime that the two of them are on screen, it's just like about the best thing ever. Also, shout out Dante Bosco, who, if you don't know, is the voice of Zuko in Avatar: The Last Airbender. He's kind of like the leader of the Lost Boys in this movie. And I love Dante Bosco. I love Avatar: The Last Airbender. It's one of my favorite TV shows ever. So hearing his voice and seeing him actually act on screen was really cool. I thought that was wonderful. Really, there's only one big issue I have with this movie, and that it is just way, way, way too long. This movie is 2 hours and 20 minutes. I think if this was like hour 50 minutes, hour 45, somewhere in that range. I would be even higher up on this movie, but as it stands, I'm genuinely kind of baffled as to why critics hate this one so much. It just seems like a really delightful and charming and magical kids film for me that captures what I like about Peter Pan. I've always kind of been a Peter Pan fan. I love that original Disney movie. I like the original book as well. I think Spielberg captures that energy very well. So I'm big on Hook. I like Hook a lot. That is my 23.
Nice. All right, my number 23. I'm gonna go through this one quickly because I don't have much to say about it. It's another one of Spielberg's historical films. The Post.
Okay,
The
interesting.
Post focuses on the Washington Post in the 1970s, uh, and its efforts to publish the Pentagon Papers and leak uh, Nixon's involvement
What was that?
in government dealings. What? Um, this film is very much, even though it's about what Nixon was doing, it is very much pointing fingers at a certain other president
Yeah.
who may or may not be serving right now as our president. Um, yeah, I this movie's kind of it's good, but I just find it a little unremarkable. Um, Bob Odenkirk is very fun in this movie. I think
Yes. Uh-huh.
he's he's got a lot of good scenes. Meryl Streep is weirdly subdued, and I feel like she was a little miscast in this role.
Hmm.
Uh, I I kind of wish she is in a better Spielberg movie, but I wish she had a larger role in another different Spielberg movie rather than just being in this one. And her character doesn't feel like she has a lot of oomph in the movie. Like her character doesn't feel like she does a lot to move the plot forward.
Interesting.
By the end of the movie, and that's just from my perspective.
I kind of
Um,
disagree. But like I said, I'll get to it. Yeah, I kind of disagree.
yeah,
I like Meryl
and the
Streep in
last
this movie.
thing, yeah,
Yeah.
the last thing I'll say about this movie is that it has one of the corniest and dumbest endings I've ever seen
Oh
in a
man.
Spielberg movie ever.
Yeah.
It teases it teases Watergate like it's a Marvel sequel. Uh, so I don't know. Maybe you should go and watch All the President's Men or something after this or something.
Mhm.
Yeah, I. It's not. It's really weird. But yeah, the post is good. It's fine, but it's definitely not up there for me.
Okay. Awesome. My number 22. Uh, One of the best actors, of the modern age is Christian Bale. And I think a lot of people, when they think of Christian Bale, think of his first big breakout role as being American Psycho, and that was a fantastic role. He's amazing in that movie. Obviously, it's one of the most iconic performances ever. But one of his, I think it is his first movie, is actually my number 22 pick, which is Empire of the Sun. And what's astonishing about it is that he is a kid. I think he was only 12 when he was in this movie, but it is like the main selling point of Empire of the Sun for me. It is an incredible, rich performance. So, Empire of the Sun follows Christian Bell, who plays Jamie. He's a privileged English kid, and he's living in Shanghai when the Japanese invade and force the British people into internment camps. And while he's being captured, he's separated from his parents and he's trying to reconnect with his parents. Um, I do like this movie quite a bit, actually. I think it has some real highlights. One of my issues is there's a big middle chunk of the movie when he's in the internment camp. that I wish had a little bit more grit to it. I wish that there was a little bit more drama attached to those scenes. But the scene where he's separated from his family is magnificent. It's very good. And the ending act, I think, is also very good. So it's actually one of, we've talked about some bad Spielberg endings. I actually really like the ending of this particular movie. I think it's very touching. I think Christian Bale acts the hell out of it. It's very good. And I think the rest of the ensemble cast is also very good. You got John Malkovich, you got Nigel Havers in it. Um, you even got Ben Stiller in this movie, which is crazy. So it's fun to see a Ben Stiller in a Spielberg movie. I think that this is kind of Spielberg flexing his muscles in the historical drama side of things just a little bit. And while he doesn't quite make it as far as he eventually will with his historical epics, I think this was a very good stepping point for him. So it seems kind of like a transitional film in his filmography, and I think it is quite good at that. So that is my number 22.
Nice. All right, cruising right through. My number 22 is Spielberg's first theatrical release, which is The Sugarland Express. This I the best thing about this movie for me is that it feels like an indie movie.
Yes.
And I really like the vibe of this movie. Mm-hmm. Like it feels really small scale, and it has this really chill and relaxed tone. It kind of it kind of taps into Malick a little bit, into Terrence Malick just a little bit. This stars Goldie Hawn as a mother who breaks her husband out of prison, and they kidnap a police officer to try and negotiate to get custody of their son. And they spend the whole movie on the road with this police officer, and it's kind of turns into a road trip movie / drama.
Yes.
This movie, with that in mind, the movie really works under that premise. I think Goldie Hawn is very good. She gives a very good performance. It's one of the only Spielberg movies with a female lead in the role, so
that's crazy.
It should be
I
a
hadn't
good
thought of
performance.
that. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, and she sells a lot of scenes. Like the scene where her father calls her on the phone. I think that scene is great. I like how the police officer kind of warms up to the two of them.
Yes, I like that
throughout the movie, and like befriends them and kind of gets to know their perspective and what they want, and he sympathizes with them, and he understands that they kind of just want to be a family together. But you can kind of tell from the very beginning of the movie, after the insane like the prison escape is nothing exciting, but it's insane that they pull it off.
Yes.
And you can tell that's just not gonna how it's gonna go down. Mm-hmm. It's not gonna happen that way. They're not gonna have a happy ending to this story. And I think Spielberg kind of nails the drama of that and kind of the weight of the ending of that. I also think the cinematography in this movie is beautiful.
So gorgeous.
The sunsets in this movie are so nice to look at, and it just kind of adds to that vibe that Spielberg has in this movie. It's a really relaxed movie. There are parts in the middle, and I think there are parts in the middle that are a little boring. I think the husband, I don't think he is as good as Goldie Hawn and the police officer. Mm-hmm. And just in general, it's a smaller movie. It's a light movie, and that's okay. But at the end of the day, he's made better movies. But with this one, he was definitely showing, he can handle not only action scenes as he did with his his directorial debut, which we will talk about later.
Yes.
But he can also handle great drama scenes, nice little character study, and really nail that ending. It's it's a good movie. It's fun. Sugarland Express, 22.
It is a good movie. I agree. It is my number 21. It is the next on my list. I think one of my favorite facts about this movie is Sean Baker has a letterbox review on this, and he calls it his favorite Steven Spielberg movie. And I think that makes so much sense for Sean Baker. That is exactly the kind of movie I imagine Sean Baker loving. Just like mother going to extreme lengths to get her child back, and it's kind of a doomed tragedy type of tale. I agree with everything you said. There's a particular split diopter shot in this movie that I think is beautiful, where it shows the captain's eyes in the rear view mirror as he's looking at Goldie Hawn, who's in the car right in front of him, which is just an incredible split diopter shot. I love that. I agree that Goldie Hawn is incredible. I think Ben Johnson, who plays the police captain, is a very likable guy. You can tell that he actually genuinely cares about these two, even though they've kidnapped, a cop and are holding him hostage. That he wants things to end out okay. There's a scene where there are these two guys with sniper rifles pointed at them, and they could have killed him in that moment, but he says no, we don't want anybody to die. And he's a very likable captain, and I think he brings a lot of charm to that role. Basically, agree with everything you said. There are parts in the middle that kind of didn't work for me, but there's kind of a comical amount of police cars in this movie as well, which is fun. It's a very likable movie. It's very charming. It's interesting to see Steven Spielberg in a more like new Hollywood tone of his films. That early 1970s, almost Francis Ford Coppola, that kind of tone and vibe in his movies, indie, like you said. Very good movie. I like Sugarland Express a lot. That was a fun one to get. So that's my 21.
Nice. And my 21 is something you've mentioned already, Bridge of Spies.
Okay.
For maybe the one or two people who have made it this far, here's a little story for you. I could not find Bridge of Spies anywhere to watch, and it was really pissing me off. Because it was the only Spielberg movie I had left, and so I had to sail the high seas, if you take my meaning, to watch this movie. And I was ready to dislike this movie because of the pain it put me through to try and find it. But this movie's actually pretty good. The script for this movie is written by the Coen brothers, which is very weird.
That's crazy. I didn't realize that.
Because there are scenes in this movie that actually really do sound and feel like the Coen brothers are behind it. And then there are other scenes in this movie, especially in the second half, that are just boring. Generally, along with some other Spielberg movies, Bridge of Spies reaches a climax to its story, and then it just keeps going. Only in this movie, that natural climax happens maybe 40 minutes into the movie, where he successfully defends Rudolph Abel, and then the entire movie just keeps going for another. It's 2 hours 20 minutes, so however long that is for the rest of the movie, and a lot of that movie is hit or miss for me, at least, because it just keeps dragging on and on.
I agree.
And they're negotiating, and some of the negotiation scenes are really exciting and fun, but then other times it's just really slowly paced. And I will say there, as I said, there are scenes in this movie that feel really Coen-esque. One of those scenes is the first scene where we meet Tom Hanks, where he's negotiating an insurance policy about a traffic accident. The dialogue there felt very Coen, and he's just spinning back and forth with this guy. Another scene that felt very Coen-esque is when he goes into the Soviet embassy for the first time, and he meets the fake German family that they're pretending to be the Russians family. That scene was very funny to me, and it felt like something out of a Coen movie, which is very nice to see. Yeah, this movie's interesting. It's got good performances. I think Tom Hanks is good. Mark Rylance, of course, yes, he won supporting actor for this movie,
Okay.
and I disagree strongly because the person he was up against was Sylvester Stallone in Creed, and it
Oh
is a
man.
crime. It is a crime that Sylvester Stallone lost to Mark Rylance in this movie.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, I'm not behind that
yeah,
at all. Has Stellan Skarsgård ever won an Oscar?
no,
Yeah, man. Okay. Yeah, now I'm pissed about it. Mark Rylance doesn't deserve that Oscar for sure.
yeah, Bridge of Spies versus Creed, it's no contest.
Mm-mm.
Um, but yeah, it's another one of the Spielberg historical movies. It's got its good moments. It's got the boring moments. It has that same washed out look from Kaminsky, but it works a little better here than it does in other movies. Yeah, Bridge of Spies, number 21.
Okay. Um, Before we continue on, do you want to push through till the end, or do you want to kind of call it at a halfway point and we could finish this list tomorrow? I don't know how you feeling.
Let's keep going until we feel like we can't.
All right, let's keep
I'm
going.
like kind of want to push through.
Yes, all right. Okay, my number 20. This is one that's going to be way higher on your list, I think. And I think most people would have it much higher on their list. And I'm disappointed in myself that I have it this low on my list. My number 20 is Minority Report, which I think is going to piss off a lot of people. So let me say the things that I really like about this movie first. Tom Cruise is fantastic in this film. I think he delivers a very charismatic performance without falling into too much of the traps of like what you typically expect from Tom Cruise. Um, you've talked a lot about Kaminsky and how his movie looks kind of bleached out. This is the best use of that, I feel, in one of his movies because it makes the movie feel so grimy and ugly and futuristic, and it completely matches the tone that Spielberg is going for. I think they actually like took the frames from the movie and bleached them out so that it would look like this. And there's no other Spielberg movie that looks quite like this one. It is very unique. Lots of amazing sequences as well. I think my favorite part of the movie is where he gets his eyes removed. It's kind of about halfway through the movie. I should explain what the movie is. So, the movie follows a guy named John Anderton, who is a pre crime cop. And what that means is before a murder or a crime is going to happen, a very serious crime, there are these people, what are they called? Precogs, that can predict when that crime is going to happen. And so they can arrest the person before the crime happens. And Tom Cruise is kind of in charge of that. I won't spoil too much else because there are lots of fun twists and turns along the way. Um, there are lots of great moments in it. Like I said, the eyeball scene I think is really fun. It's really gross and nasty. It kind of surprises me that this movie is PG-13 because there is some nasty stuff in this movie. I love the texture of this film. Lots of great sequences. There's a really cool chase scene. I think I watched this with my roommates and they said the CGI didn't look good. I kind of disagree. I really like the CGI in this movie. I think it's a lot of fun. It's very Y2K. This movie was made in 2002, and I like that it looks kind of dated. I think it's a fun vibe for this movie, especially the scene where he's running up on top of the cars. I think is very good. Um, but for whatever reason, every time I watch this movie, it never quite clicks into place, and I think my biggest issue with it is the script. There are so many moments of really, really, really clunky exposition in this movie. There's a scene where Tom Cruise goes to uh, the girl who created the precog program, and she explains everything that's happening to him. And so many sequences like that where I just feel like the exposition feels very clunky and odd. And I also feel like kind of the tone doesn't always mesh with me in this movie. I think ultimately it is kind of a me problem because so many people love this movie. and I wish I loved it more. But as it stands, I still am pretty high on this film. I think it's a good movie. It's just not my favorite Steven Spielberg movie. So I know Regan very strongly disagrees with me on that one.
Yeah, you could say that, but who who cares? Who cares? Let's just move on.
All
Let's
right.
just move on for now.
Okay. Okay.
My number 20. My number 20. You already mentioned this one. Hook.
Okay.
Uh, I have very fond memories of watching Hook as a kid. This was one of my childhood movies, and after recently rewatching it, I still think it has that same great charm to it. Robin Williams was my favorite actor as a kid because he was in so many of the movies that I watched as a kid, uh, and he has so much. I'm getting a little emotional thinking about this, but like in this movie alone, like the smiles and the looks he's given the Lost Boys and his children, especially after he's Peter Pan, you can just see the love in his heart and the charm that he has. He's loving every moment of this, and Peter Pan in this movie feels almost like a superhero.
Mm-hmm.
Like it really does feel like a legend coming back to life. This is kind of like Logan, but for Peter Pan,
Yeah.
and it works wonders. I love Robin Williams in this movie. The sets are great, as you mentioned. Um, Dustin Hoffman is hilarious. I there when I rewatched it, actually had to like rewind a few times because I was laughing too hard at something that Dustin Hoffman did. So he's great in this movie. Uh, the one thing for me that doesn't work in this movie is Tinkerbell. Uh,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
it's she doesn't really fit in the story very well, and I think Julia Roberts feels kind of out of place in this movie, unfortunately. Uh, it doesn't really help that she's very obviously not with anybody in her scenes except for one of them. Um, so yeah, that doesn't work for me. But Hook is great. Hook is so fun.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a movie that I show my kids. It's it's such a fun time.
I
So
can't
yeah, that's number 20 for me.
honestly, it's one of the movies where I'm like, this is so likable. How could there actually be detractors of this movie? Like, how could somebody watch this and just be like, "Oh, I hated that movie," that sucked. I genuinely don't get it. I think it's a very very likable movie. Okay, so I guess these two picks are the ones that are gonna piss off Regan the most because at 19, I have the second Indiana Jones movie, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. Again, I actually really like this movie a lot. I think it's very good. I don't. I I also think it's kind of overhated. There are some really big detractors for Temple of Doom, and I quite like it. I think it's a lot of fun. But I do have some pretty big issues with this movie, and my number one issue is Willie, played by Kate Capshaw. I just what a downgrade in my opinion from Marion in the first movie. I do not like Kate Capshaw's performance very much. I think she's very annoying. I think every time it cuts back to her, the movie just kind of drags to a halt. And unfortunately, she is in a big chunk of this movie. And so that kind of drags it down for me. And then also, I you might disagree with me on this, but I think its representation of like Indian culture in these movies and the cults and stuff is outdated and it does feel a little bit behind the times. But apart from those things, I think this is a very good movie. I love how adventurous it is. I like that they just didn't make Raiders of the Lost Ark 2. That's The Last Crusade. This is just like so far off in the other direction that I like that a lot. I think it's fun that they just went balls to the walls crazy for this one. Um, this is like the bloodiest, the grimiest, the nastiest Indiana Jones movie. There's so many great moments of just like Indy close up with sweat coming down his face, going through the jungle, in the temple. The bridge scene is excellent. The minecart scene is so good. And of course, Ke Huy Quan is in this movie. And I think for a while he actually kind of got a bad rap and people found him annoying, but I think he is just so likable in this movie. He is so good. I love Ke Huy Quan in this. He's short round. Maybe one of my favorite Indiana Jones sidekicks. It's kind of tough for me to pick a favorite, but he's one of my favorites. Um, yeah, I really like this movie a lot. The heart scene is crazy. Indiana Jones turning evil is crazy. This is a crazy movie, and I admire that it takes some big swings. And there are a few misses for me, which is why it's not as high as the other Indiana Jones films for me. But I still really like it, and I would rewatch it any day of the week. So that is my number 19 pick, Temple of Doom.
Yeah. The one thing I will say about Temple of Doom right now is that there is you're absolutely right about the Indian culture.
Mm-hmm.
It it I think it varies from person to person what scenes and what elements of it have aged poorly. Um, because I do think are not intentionally disrespectful or trying to be in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, However, the one scene that is inexcusable in this movie is the
Yeah,
dinner scene
I agree.
is not good.
Mm-hmm.
That is the one scene I will not defend. That is the one scene I will concede to anybody who says, "Oh, that scene is not good." I'll be like, "Yeah, no, that scene is not good."
Yes.
But yeah, other than that, I'll get to I'll get to Temple of
I
Doom
I
later.
know it is much higher on your
Um,
list. So
yes,
though, like
yes,
I
it
said, those
is.
are the two movies that I feel like Regan is gonna be hating for me for ranking them that low. But I like Minority Report and Temple of Doom a lot. They're just not my favorite Spielbergs. He has so many good movies. Okay, so yeah, that's my number 19.
All right, my number 19 is Steven Spielberg's one and only foray into the world of musicals, West Side
Oh,
Story.
okay. Wow.
Um, when this movie first released, I was not jumping in my seat to watch it or anything, even though I liked Spielberg, because I thought to myself, it's another remake. It's another remake. We don't need a remake of West Side Story. And I'm not a big fan of West Side Story, like the original movie in general.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so I wasn't jumping out of my seat to watch this, but I finally sat down and watched it a few months ago, and I kind of had to eat my words because this is an incredibly well directed movie.
So good.
I think this is just me. It surpasses the old movie
I
in
actually
almost every
agree.
aspect.
I agree. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
beautiful.
I think the choreography is more impressive. The performances have more emotion behind them, and the characters are more well realized and fleshed out in this version than they are in the 1960 version. Um, Rachel Zegler is incredibly good in this movie.
Yes.
Uh, she outshines Ansel Elgort at every opportunity.
Yeah.
She makes him look like he's not even trying at points. She's very good in this movie. Ariana DeBose won an Oscar for this movie, which you know, debatable, but she's very good.
She's
So
very
I'm
good.
not gonna like complain about that. She's very good. Uh,
It's funny
my
how
boy Mike.
oh, I was just gonna say it's funny how bad she's been in every single other movie since this has come out. Because I agree
Yeah,
she's amazing in this. But she was in Craven the Hunter, and then she was in Love Hurts, and she was really bad in both of those
yeah,
movies. So, but she is excellent in this film. Yes. Anyways, sorry. Keep on going.
yeah. My boy Mike Feist, Challengers rep,
We
is
love
in
it.
this, and he is maybe the best part of this movie. He's really good.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell he has a very extensive theater background, and he utilizes that at every opportunity. He's on fire in this movie. Um, and I think, as I mentioned, this movie really shows, like, the racial tension and the conflict in this movie so much better than the old one does. Like it's kind of night and day. Like they treat the topic and the conflict in this movie with a lot of respect and severity. Like the really like this movie goes into dark places sometimes, and it's not afraid to. It doesn't pull its punches. It's not afraid to go there to those places, and I really respect it for that. Uh, the relationship between Marie and Tony is much more charming in this movie, and it feels a little more natural. I think the story of Romeo and Juliet is very overplayed, and in general, uh, that's not even like top 10 Shakespeare plays ever.
I agree.
So it's not a great story, but West Side Story, like this version of West Side Story, makes it work very well. Spielberg really went all out for this, and the movie's very much better for it. So I gotta respect him for that. And I'm not a huge fan of musicals, but leave it to Steven Spielberg to make one work for me.
Yeah.
So yeah, West Side Story number 19.
Okay, my number 18 is kind of an Indiana Jones movie as well. So after he made the first Indiana Jones film, lots of people came up to him and said, "Oh, you must have taken a lot of inspiration from Tintin." And Steven Spielberg was like, "I don't know what Tintin is." So he eventually became a big fan. And it's fitting that that is his only venture into animation is the adventures of Tintin, with working his only collaboration as well with Peter Jackson and also Edgar Wright. So this is a crazy cast, a crazy behind the scenes amount of talent. And you know what? You can see it on the screen because this is a great movie. I am tired of people saying that it isn't. I love the Adventures of Tintin. This is a really fun one. You'd think that maybe since it's animation, maybe some of his techniques as a filmmaker, his signature blocking might have taken a little bit of a backseat, but no, it is on full display here. If anything, he's showing off even more with animation because they can just do more. There are so many crazy one shots, especially a very famous action scene that's all done in one take. That is extremely fun, very frenetic, fast paced, exciting. The adventure element of it is really fun. It takes the story of my favorite Tintin graphic novel and stretches it out into a movie. I would love to see them do a sequel at some point, but I don't think that's going to happen, unfortunately. I would love to see the Voyage to the Moon movie. I think that would be a lot of fun. Andy Serkis plays Captain Haddock, and he's great in the movie. I think he's the real highlight here. He's hilarious and super likable. But then, really, in a fun twist, you got Nick Frost and Simon Pegg as Thompson and Thompson. They're great in the movie. Those are two of my favorites in the graphic novel as well. You got Daniel Craig. Like I said, there's just so much talent behind and in front of the camera, and it shows. It is a fun movie for kids, and adults can like it as well. If you've never read Tintin or watched the cartoon or anything like that, I think this is a very good place to start. So that is my number 18, Adventures of Tintin. Like that movie a lot.
Nice. All right. My number 18 is another movie where, as we've said, Spielberg will sometimes have a natural climax to its movie, and then the movie just continues. However, in this particular movie, that does not happen. Instead, it's kind of akin to Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, where it abruptly just stops being very good and starts being a little bad. My number 18 is War of the Worlds.
Okay.
Starring not Ice Cube, but Tom Cruise. War of the Worlds. The first, I want to say like maybe hour and 10 minutes of this movie. The first hour and 10 minutes of this movie is some of the best directed stuff that Spielberg has ever put out in his entire filmography. Uh, this film is based off of the novel by H.G. Wells, where an alien force begins to invade Earth and terrorize the citizens, and the people are left to kind of panic and try and scavenge and contend with one another. And it's a really good look at how society would react in a way like this. So, what this movie really like, I think something incredibly like eerie about this movie is that it came out after 9/11,
Mhm.
and so it really like it's a perfect vessel to show like people this is the panic that people in New York felt when
Yes.
9/11 happened. Like, what if a giant alien force invaded and started vaporizing people? Like, you'd be terrified. Um, my Tom Cruise is great in this movie.
Mhm.
Uh, in both of his Spielberg movies, um, I really appreciate that. He makes an effort to play a character who is not, your typical Tom Cruise action hero. Uh, both of the characters he plays in the Spielberg movies he's in are very like flawed individuals, and they have their own problems and their struggles in life. So our main character is trying to reconnect with he's uh, trying to have a good relationship with his kids. His kids don't really like him. His wife is really annoyed with him, and he's kind of a bum, but he's just trying to make things work. And then the alien force comes, and he's forced to, step up and be a father and protect his family. Um, and as I said, like the first hour and 10 minutes perfectly captured the panic and the intensity of this situation. I love when the alien walker first rises out of the road and
So
starts vaporizing people, and Tom Cruise is just running for his life, and people right and left, right next to him, are just getting vaporized into ash, and he makes it home, and he's talking with his kids like, get down, are you guys okay? And then he finally realizes he is covered in ashes of people, and he starts brushing out of his hair and like washing his face and like getting his coat dusted off. It's so good.
yes.
And then later they have the car, and the crowd of people starts banging on the car, and there's somebody literally tearing the
Oh
windshield
my
with his
gosh.
bare hands to
Getting
get into
chills
the
just thinking
car,
about that
and he
scene.
has to pull the gun out. It's so amazing. And then the son sees the army, and the son is like, "We need to fight back against the aliens, Dad. Shut up, Dad. Let me fight the aliens." And then he blows up off screen, and then Tom Cruise and Dakota Fanning have to shack up in a basement with Tim Robbins, and the movie gets significantly worse. Not awful, but severely less interesting than the first half. The the intensity and the fast pace just take a nosedive. And Spielberg tries to, you know, tap into more suspense in this half, but I don't think it works well with Tim Robbins' character added into the mix there, because you already know that he's a ticking time bomb about to go off, and it feels more in line with what the movie set up to have him like just be volatile right off the bat,
Mhm.
and to just have the movie keep going and maybe have like Tom Cruise fight him off immediately and the aliens show up and all this panic still can keep going. But it doesn't happen that way. And so while it's not terrible, I just wish it kept that energy from the first half.
Mhm.
Uh, though I do like the scene where he like tells her to shut her ears and close her eyes. And he like goes into the room and you know exactly what's happening. Like I really like that scene, and I like the scene after like they get captured and he has to trick the machine into swallowing the grenades.
Hmm.
And that like after they get out of the basement, the movie's pretty good again. And then the son shows up for no reason. Like he
Yeah.
survives somehow, which that's a Spielberg. It's a Spielberg ending. It's everyone's got to be alive. Everyone's got to be happy, and I would give that ending more of a pass if that energy from the first half was throughout the entire movie. It just isn't, and that's okay. But it could be so much more. Like if the entire movie were like the first hour, this would be like top five Spielberg for me
It's unbelievable.
easily.
Yeah. There this is my number 17, so I'll just kind of piggyback off of what you were saying. I agree that the Tim Robinson stretch is the worst part of the movie, but I like how it picks back up. One of my favorite elements of this movie is just how perfectly it captures the idea of cosmic horror, of this idea that just out there somewhere is this being that could just stomp on us like ants, and we are just completely helpless. We can't even resist in the slightest. And then I like that it's not an Amazon delivery drone that takes out the aliens in this movie, like in the hit 2025 version of the film. I like that they just die. It was nothing that the humans did. It is just
They got
they
COVID.
yeah, they got COVID, man. They came, they saw, they conquered, they died, and that's it. Like there was nothing we could have done, and this movie captures that feeling of helplessness so well. Um, there are so many amazing moments in this movie that I just think about. For example, there's a scene where the daughter is going down to the river to like I, I forget, like wash her face or something like that. And while she's doing that, just hundreds of bodies come floating down the river. Man, it is that level of grit and like sheer terror that I feel like we're missing in some modern blockbusters, man. Bring back blockbusters that traumatize kids, dude. Like that's what we need right now. I think from a craft level, this is one of Spielberg's best. I think the production design, especially, is so strong in this movie. It really feels like the environments they're walking through are environments that you'd see at the end of the world. I think that is really cool. I think Tom Cruise is great, like you said. Shout out the son, Justin Chatwin, who also played Goku in the hit movie Dragon Ball Evolution, which is, really great movie as well. Shout out Dragon Ball Evolution. Yeah, I think I'm a little bit higher on this movie than most people are. I really like War of the Worlds 17. That's my spot for it.
Nice. All right. My number 17, 2005, which was when War of the Worlds was released, was another double feature Spielberg year for us. So the next movie that was released that year was Munich.
Oh, really?
Munich
Okay.
is probably the Spielberg movie that I had like very little idea about of what it was actually about. Um, this movie takes place in the 70s. It is a political thriller, another historical movie, and in my opinion is one of out of like the genre that we've been covering from Spielberg with these. It is probably one of his best in that genre.
I agree.
Uh, Munich covers the conflict between Israel and Palestine, which of course has been ongoing for many, many, many years, and is still continues to be an issue today. And something I really appreciate about this movie is that while it focuses on what Israel is doing and retaliating against Palestine in this tumultuous time period, it does not take Israel's side in this conflict, and it rather highlights uh, the I don't want to say pointlessness, well, maybe pointlessness, and I'll say futility. It points out the futility of the violence that is happening on both sides, and that there has to be a more peaceful resolution to these conflicts that they're facing. Uh, this movie contains some of the best camera work in Spielberg's entire filmography. There are so many great one shots in this movie. I one sequence that many people point out and one that I love is when they put the bomb in the telephone, and that entire
Oh,
sequence has some great one
man.
takes and amazing tension.
So good.
Uh, Daniel Craig is in this movie for some reason, but he's very funny in this movie. Uh, I will say that even though I appreciate the theme and the way that Spielberg doesn't take a side in this movie, uh, the theme is also shown to us in one of the most bizarre scenes I've ever seen in a movie, which is near the end. It is a
Yeah.
sex scene where the main character reflects on his role in the violence and laments the fact that he had to participate in this violent conflict while he sweats and thrusts into his wife. Um, it is such a bizarre scene, and it took me out of the movie.
Yeah.
And I really wish that was not in the movie.
Yeah. Just remove that
Uh,
scene and the movie would be so much better for it. It doesn't even take away the
yeah.
emotional impact of the film at all. Yeah. I agree.
Yeah, so that's Munich for me, 17.
Okay. I love Munich. I'll get to that one in a little bit. 16, you had lower on your list. I'm a little bit higher on this movie. That is The Post. So you've basically explained the plot of the film. What I really like about this movie is it is the research element of the film. If you've ever seen All the President's Men, you've mentioned it earlier. I'm more referring to the audience watching this video, if there's anyone still watching it. Um, the Post very much is like a spiritual sequel, or I guess prequel to All the President's Men. It's just people trying to call people who they might be able to gather more information from. It's them in conflict with other newspapers, seeing who can get the information the quickest. I like movies that are very investigative journalists inspired, and I think this is one of the good ones. I really like the ensemble cast here. I think Tom Hanks is very good here. Tom Hanks isn't always my favorite actor, but I think he's very good here. I think I actually quite like Meryl Streep in this movie. I like that it shows her stakes as well. How she is friendly with these politicians, that these are people who she's been friends with her whole life. And for her to discover that they are doing something very immoral and something she wholeheartedly disagrees with. So that contrast between, do I, report them even though they're my friends? And if I do report them, I could lose my whole company because we just went public. I think it's a very fascinating decision with her. And the moment when she decides to publish, I think is a great moment of acting. You mentioned Bob Odenkirk as well. I think he's so fun in this movie. It's proof to me that Bob Odenkirk should just be in every drama ever. And it's also very fun because David Cross is in this movie as well. So it's fun seeing both of them in a Spielberg movie. I really love Bob Odenkirk. Shout out Better Call Saul. But yeah, I think this is probably my least favorite Steven Spielberg ending. The ending of this movie is so corny. Like literally just get rid of the final 10 minutes of this movie and it would be way higher on my list because it is just ridiculous. I think this is a very fun movie. But man, my eyes rolled all the way back to the back of my head when I saw the Watergate tease at the end of the film. Kind of reminded me of in Oppenheimer when they shout out John F. Kennedy in the movie for no reason. Um, that's the kind of vibes I get from this. So I really like The Post. That's my number 16.
Nice. My number 16 is a film we have touched on already. The Adventures of Tintin is
Nice.
just pure fun. I love it. As you said, it is the dream team working on this. Steven Spielberg, Peter Jackson, Edgar Wright, Stephen Moffat. John Williams' score in this movie is so good.
Yes.
It fits the vibe of Tintin perfectly. Uh, One of the most memorable sequences isn't even like a scene in the movie, like the opening title sequence, like the opening credits, is so fun to watch. And like they're throwing in all these Tintin references into the opening credits, which I love. Um, and Spielberg said recently that he and Jackson still want to make Tintin 2,
They should.
which is
They should just do it.
really strange to me. Like, I mean, they're both getting on in years. They better hurry up and do it if they're going to. But the movie I would like to see them adapt, the comic I would like to see them adapt actually is Tintin in Tibet. I think that one would be so fun to do. But that's just me.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a fun movie. I love it. It's great. It's one of his best movies for kids.
I agree.
So yeah, Tintin at 16.
I love Tintin. My number 15, you've already talked about as well. I'll just piggyback off of what you said. No, at 15, I have West Side Story. This movie just kind of feels like Spielberg showing off, like hey, I'm one of the best directors ever, and I'm just going to show that to you. That opening scene where the camera is just zooming through all of the settings that we're going to be in throughout the rest of the movie, just establishing it all, is breathtaking. The choreography is stunning. The music moments are incredible as well. And like you said, I think the acting is fantastic. I do think Rachel Zegler is my standout from the movie, which is why when people are always bashing her online, you know, she's a great actress. Okay. I think she's a great actress. Snow White was not good. She was the best part of that Hunger Games movie she was in. I think she's a great actress, and they just need to watch this movie to realize that. I really like her in this film. It's the kind of movie that makes me think that Steven Spielberg should have just been making musicals his whole career. He's so good at it, and his sentimentality and schmaltz just like work really well in a musical setting. It like fits perfectly like a glove. I kind of mentioned earlier that the 2010 Spielberg is like kind of hit or miss for me, but so far 2020 Spielberg has been very consistent. Like I love West Side Story, and the other movie of his that he made in the 2020s is even higher up on my list. We'll get to that in a minute. But yeah, West Side Story 15.
Nice. And my number 15, I'm a little higher on this movie than you were, but Empire of the Sun is a film, honestly, like when I first watched it, I liked it. And when I rewatched it for this, it really hit me in the gut. I really like this movie. Christian Bale embarrasses every other actor in this movie. He is so insanely good in this movie. It's crazy. And I mean this compliment in the best way possible, but Empire of the Sun feels like Spielberg's version of a Miyazaki movie.
Whoa.
It has, I really do think that, because it has a young protagonist shoved into a world that they're unfamiliar with. It's got a reverence for flight and planes, just like a Miyazaki movie.
Dude, you're right. It is a Miyazaki movie. That's crazy.
Yeah, and it's got that charm to it. It's got the quirky characters. The only thing is that I think it's just a little too long, and I think you could cut just a bit out of the first half when it's showing him as a pampered British citizen.
Yeah.
I think you could cut some of that stuff out and focus a little more on his life in wartime. But other than that, it's such an emotional movie. I love it. I love the scene where he goes up to the top of the building to wave at the American planes flying by, and then he realizes, I can't remember what my parents look like.
Yeah.
And it's such a gut-wrenching scene. And as well as you said, the ending, I think, is one of the most fitting of Spielberg's happy endings.
Yeah.
Because he may have been reunited with his parents, but he is not the same person, and he will never become the same person ever again. It it gave me I teared up while watching it this most recently. I love the scene where he sings as the kamikaze pilots are saluting and leaving to go on their missions they'll never return from. I love that scene. The main theme from John Williams, like that choir piece, is beautiful. It this is a great movie, and I really do think Spielberg nails it. And people who are really down on this movie, I think they're wrong. Like,
I agree.
This is a movie. Yeah,
I agree that it's like, if you're hating on this movie, like, why? Because there are so many strong elements to it. Yeah, I agree in that regard.
yeah, but yeah, Empire of the Sun 15.
Nice. My 14, you've already mentioned it. I have Munich. From just like a pure directorial standpoint, this might be his best directed movie, just because of how every single scene, I had to like kind of rewind it a few times even to like figure out like where he was placing the camera, how he got the shots that he did, in what ways he was building tension. It's pretty amazing because a large chunk of this movie is just like bombing scenes, and it could get repetitive potentially, but somehow every time it happens, you just are locked in. You are completely gripped to the screen and just need to know what happens next. You mentioned the phone scene, which I think is the real standout sequence of the movie. My heart was just like pumping on all cylinders during that part. But I also think of the scene where he's in the hotel and he's talking with the neighbors next door, and they're talking about how the bomb is going to be a very small explosion. It ends up being a much larger explosion. I thought that scene was phenomenal. Um, I think this is, like you said, one of Spielberg's best political thrillers. Shout out to the actor Eric Bana. I don't think I've seen him in too many other movies. Okay, he's in Finding Nemo. I've seen him in Finding Nemo, I guess, and he's in Star
He's in
Trek.
Ang Lee's Hulk.
Okay, I haven't seen Ang Lee's Hulk, but I thought he was excellent in the movie. I thought he did a really good job. The whole cast I thought was very, very great throughout the whole film. It's the kind of movie that I'm glad Spielberg is making, that is very like politically minded, like you said, very contemplative about Middle Eastern violence, very contemplative on Jewish violence. I think it's a very important movie for Spielberg to be making, and I agree on the sex scene being terrible. So it's a great movie. 14.
Nice. All right, my number 14 is one that I'm sure would surprise a lot of people because, as far as I know, this movie is much higher on many people's lists.
Okay.
That is Saving Private Ryan.
Okay. Well, it's funny you say that because that's my number 13. So we both have it at about the same spot on our list. Yeah.
Okay. So Saving Private Ryan is, of course, one of Steven Spielberg's most critically acclaimed movies. It was very much an Academy darling. It got I think it got a lot of Academy Awards. I think
one Best Director.
Famously lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, it famously lost Best Picture to Shakespeare in Love, which is crazy.
Really funny.
Very funny. Thanks, Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah.
Screw you. I hope you rot in jail, you piece of crap. It's a good movie. A lot of people point out the beginning D-Day sequence, which is absolutely the greatest part of this film. I have heard stories of war veterans who have had to walk out just when that sequence starts because it is so realistic and accurate to what actual war is like. It's an incredible sequence, and it honestly, you could take it out of the movie and you'd still have a complete movie, but it is so much better because it's in it.
Yeah.
this movie, in my opinion, this is my opinion, I believe it is Tom Hanks' finest performance as an actor. I think he is very good in this movie, and he really grounds the movie with this sense of, tiredness and relatability. John Miller is a great character to follow through this story. And you can tell he is a patriot. He is a man who cares about his men, and he wants to see this mission through. And I really like that. Uh, now, there are, I think, for me, a couple problems with this movie, which is why it's not higher up on my list. First off, the book ends with old Ryan are very weird, and I
Yeah,
do not like them.
I
Uh,
agree.
get them out of here. the the visual effect of Matt Damon transforming into that old man is terrifying,
It's kind of
and
funny. It
it
makes a
is
great GIF. It makes a great
it's so
GIF for
weird.
sure.
Yeah. Um. The second thing is that I think this movie, in a way, is a little bit too safe. Uh, and what I mean by that is that it shows the Americans only. Uh, it's a very many people attribute it as being a very patriotic film, and yes, you can interpret it that way. But I think it's a detriment to the story that it only focuses on the American side of things. We see no French soldiers, no British soldiers, uh, barely anything from the other side of the war about this. Um, it's it's a movie that doesn't really have a message behind its story, and I I it doesn't resonate me as well because of that. Uh, because at the end of the day, it's just a simple story of them retrieving Matt Damon, and that's it. There's really no big lesson or any message about the horrors of war that feels like it's building up to it, but never like hits that punch at the end of the movie. It ends up just being a story about Matt Damon. Uh, the other thing that I don't like is that I feel like a lot of the humor in this movie is very out of place. Uh, my biggest example of this is that in the right before the third act of this movie, there's a scene where one of the soldiers he's talking about a time where he and his friends were like spying on a girl and they saw her titties or something, and like all the other soldiers are like, ha 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 ha, that's super funny. And he's like showing off like how it happened and whatever, and it feels really crude and out of place. But then it's immediately followed by a scene where Matt Damon remembers when he and his brothers would sneak out of the house in the dark to go swim in the lake. And it's a very tender scene. It's also a little funny, but in a natural way. And I really like that scene. And I wish the humor was more of that and less of the other scene. And so, yeah, that just doesn't really work for me. And the last thing, and this is a personal gripe, the one of the soldiers, Upham, he uh he's a little uh bit of a greenhorn. He hasn't experienced war that much, and he goes on this mission, and because of his inability or inaction, he gets one of his teammates killed. And I understand the message behind that scene, but that does not mean I have to like it, because it feels really weird that he didn't move a muscle help that guy.
Yeah.
It really actually rubs me the wrong way. That scene rubs me the wrong way. Um, Other than that, it's an entertaining movie. Spielberg's directing great action in it. The effects are really good. I love this sniper sequence. Uh, Tom Hanks again, amazing in this movie. He's the best part of it. But yeah, just not as high as some other movies for me.
And I agree.
14.
Yeah, it's why it's my number 13. I think it is a very excellently directed movie. You mentioned the D-Day scene, which is fantastic. I also think basically the whole ensemble cast in this film is excellent. You mentioned Tom Hanks. I think he's incredible. Shout out Giovanni Ribisi. I think that's how you say his last name. The only other thing I've seen him in is Alien, not Alien, Avatar. And
Avatar.
I really didn't like him in Avatar. He's my least favorite character in Avatar. So I was happy to see that he gave a very good performance in this movie. I thought he was very tender. He has a great monologue about halfway through the film that I think is excellent. I really like the whole squad. I think everybody gives great performance, including Vin Diesel. I think Vin Diesel is very good in the movie as well. Like you said, it captures the horrors of war in a very shocking way. That opening D-Day scene is amazing. I don't. People say it's the best war movie of all time. I disagree with that. I I think the best war movies of all time, like you said, have more grit to them, have more things to say, are um, more firm in their stance of being anti-war. I think this movie sometimes can be read as propaganda for like US military stuff, and it does kind of paint the US military in a sort of perfectionist light, I'd say. But I mean, this is a great movie. I have some issues with it. I don't think it is perfect. I don't think it's the best war movie of all time. That's probably like, I don't know, Come and See, Apocalypse Now, The Human Condition. One of those movies I think is more interesting in how it depicts war. But this is revolutionary. One of the most important war movies ever made, for sure. It definitely revolutionized how war movies were made. And for that reason, it's my number 13 on my list.
Nice. My number 13 is a movie that I know is much more high on your list,
Oh,
and
okay. I think I know what it
even
is.
having it this low is probably a little disappointing to you. My number 13 is Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade.
That's
I
okay.
love this movie.
Man.
I want to precurse this by saying I love this movie so much. It is so much fun. It is the funniest of the Indiana Jones movies by a long shot. The comedy in this movie is unmatched by almost everything else in Spielberg's filmography. Um, this is one of Sean Connery's finest performances, and I mean that completely seriously. He plays such a different character than we're used to seeing him, like as James Bond or a stern older man or whatever. He's so much fun in this movie. He has such a great energy. Uh, and so, for maybe the one person who doesn't know what this movie is about, Indiana Jones is off to find the Holy Grail and also rescue his dad from the evil Nazis. Uh, now, so I guess I should explain myself why this is a little lower on my list. And this is something that we've already alluded to a little bit, but it really is comes down to the fact that Last Crusade really is Raiders 2. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's a great formula. It really works for this movie and for Raiders. But I think the difference here and the thing that separates Last Crusade from the first two installments of Indiana Jones is that Last Crusade feels really sanitized
Hmm.
compared to the other two. This is not unhinged Spielberg anymore. Unhinged Spielberg was cut short by the reaction to a certain movie that I will talk about later. But uh, this one, like the violence, is not the same level of brutality as it is in Raiders or Doom. It is much more sanitized. Uh, and even though it's rated PG-13, it feels more PG than Raiders or Temple of Doom
It
does.
does, yeah.
Uh, it's kind of insane to me that this is the one that they rated PG-13. and said it wasn't safe for kids. But then the other two, you've got some of the most bloody things that Steven Spielberg is putting in his movies in those two
Let's
movies.
just get this out of the way. Both of those
Uh,
movies should have been rated R for sure. Uh,
yeah, yeah. Honestly,
and another one of his big blockbusters, I think, should have been rated R. But I'll talk about that one later.
okay. Yeah. So, yeah, Last Crusade. It's still so fun.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Again, Sean Connery's great. Harrison Ford and has great chemistry with him. It has a really good character arc for Indiana Jones. I think the best out of any of the movies, honestly. Uh, I and it utilizes Marcus Brody well. It utilizes Sala well. Elsa is a very good twist on the love interest in these movies. Um, I do think the other villain, Donovan, is a little weak.
Hmm.
He's very much a I want power
Yeah.
and I want immortality kind of guy. And there's not much else to him. Like once you discover he's evil, he's just evil. And there's no other nuance to his character.
I can get behind that.
Um, and shout out to two of shout out to two things. One is my favorite moment, maybe my favorite moment in any of Spielberg's movies, which is when Henry Sr. says, Indiana, let it go.
Mm.
I love that scene so much. There are sometimes when I watch that scene and I get a tear
Mm-hmm.
in my eye. It is so tender. And then, of course, it has one of the greatest final shots in the history of cinema where our heroes ride into the sunset.
It's so
It
good.
is a great ending to a trilogy. It We could have ended it there. It could have been great. Uh, it is. It's a fun movie. It's great. So yeah, Last Crusade number 13.
I agree. It is great. My number 12. I have Lincoln, which I think a lot of people are just like, what the hell, David? What are you even doing? Number 12, Lincoln, the boring historical drama that barely is about Lincoln. Okay, let me explain myself. I thought this movie was just riveting. I'm a big history guy, and so to have a script that just like dives so much into like one particular event in history, I think is very entertaining. Um, you mentioned how great Daniel Day Lewis is, and he is phenomenal. He leads this ensemble cast with so much power and assurance, and he won the Oscar for it, and he deserved it. Like that is an Oscar win that was well deserved. But I'm gonna say that I think this is my favorite cast Steven Spielberg movie. The casting across the board, I think, is excellent. There's no role too small to not have a fantastic actor in it. Some of the highlights, really quickly, I think David Strathairn is really great. Joseph Gordon-Levitt. I think Tommy Lee Jones, apart from Daniel Day-Lewis, is my favorite. I actually really like Sally Field. Um, Mary Todd Lincoln, if you know her in history, was a very volatile and kind of unhinged woman with big emotional swings from direction to direction, and I thought their relationship was very touching. I'm gonna say that this movie kind of reminded me of Succession, where it feels like a big corporate thing where people are trying to get votes for them to vote for them, but it's like Succession in the American history context, which I just eat up. I think is a lot of fun. And it's not Succession just because Jeremy Strong is also in this movie, which is a lot of fun to see. It's great because Jeremy Strong is usually just kind of in the backgrounds of the scene with like a scowl on his face, and that's really fun. I love Jeremy Strong, so great to see him in the movie. And like you said, um, shoot, Coleman Domingo and Kylo Ren. What's his name? I'm blanking on his name right. Adam Driver. Yeah, they're both in this movie. I think it's one of the best cast Spielberg films. I think it's a lot of fun. I had a blast watching it. I think it's a great tribute to the man who was Lincoln, told through the perspective of a very isolated moment in American history instead of kind of stretching it out to his whole life. I like that they narrowed it down to one moment so you could really kind of dialed into the history of that, and I'm really fascinated by that history. So I thought it was a lot of fun. You could argue that the ending does fall into that Spielberg ending where it goes on for a little too long at the end, but in this case, I liked what they showed at the end, even though it did go past what could be seen as the natural climax. I liked the rest of the film and how it paid tribute to our greatest American presidents. So, Lincoln, that's my number 12. Maybe I'm crazy for that, but I really like Lincoln a lot.
Nice. Uh, all right, so my number 12 is a film that some people are sometimes forget was originally made for television,
Oh,
and that is Steven Spielberg's directorial debut, Duel.
nice.
Uh, I think Duel, without a doubt, is one of the greatest directorial debuts of anyone ever.
Yeah.
Uh, it's insane what Spielberg gets away with in this movie, and it's such a simple premise. We follow David Mann. Uh, he's some sort of business guy, and he goes out for a drive. He's going on a business trip, and on the road, he passes an old Peterbilt semi truck, and that's the movie. Because what happens after is, for some reason, this truck driver takes it very personally, and he makes it his entire life's purpose to torture David throughout the California valleys. Uh, Duel is proto Jaws. The truck is the shark in this scenario. There are some straight up sinister shots of the truck in this movie that are crazy. Um, it's so much fun.
Yeah.
Uh, Dennis Weaver plays David, and he's very good in this role. Um, I've never seen any other movie with Dennis Weaver in it, but
Me neither.
it's very clear to me, even from Duel, that he was an accomplished actor. And I can, I don't know if this is true, but it seems to me like, you know, with Spielberg's direction, he helped him out and helped flesh out this character to what he could be, even with the limited, like, scenes and dialogue, and really make this character his own. So I really like that lead performance. It's very strong. The suspense is great. Um, the I say action, but it's it's not quite action,
It's action.
but
I'd call it
whatever it
action.
is,
Yeah, car chase action.
okay, yeah,
Yeah.
it's action. It's action. It's great. There's one shot in particular that's from the truck, but the camera's like hanging on the side of the road to the side of the truck. That was so cool to me. Uh, yeah, Duel, it really surprised me. Because this is a Spielberg movie that I hadn't watched prior to making this list and ranking, and I really enjoyed my time with it. And this is, of course, with his directorial debut, this lands in the unhinged Spielberg era,
Yeah.
and you can really tell he is just going insane with this movie. This truck driver really has it in for David for some reason, and it's the better for it. So, Duel number 12.
I love it. I love Duel. Okay, 11, a little bit of a story time. When I was 17, this movie had a theatrical re-release to celebrate, I think it's 40th, yeah, it's 40th anniversary. And I hadn't seen it yet. And so I took my dad and we went to go see this film. And possibly like one of the best movie going experiences of my life seeing this movie. And for a while, it wasn't only my favorite Spielberg movie, it was just point blank my favorite movie. I loved this film. And on subsequent rewatches, it has gone down in my estimation, but I still really love this movie. My number 11 is Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Um, one of the reasons why we're doing this video is to celebrate Disclosure Day coming out here in the next few months. And if it is anything like Close Encounters of the Third Kind, I'm going to be a very happy man. So the movie follows actually Richard Dreyfuss, who last appeared when we were talking about Always, which this is a much better movie than Always. Uh, his name is Roy Neary, and he experiences an alien sighting, and there are various other alien sightings throughout the U.S., and he becomes obsessed with this message that the aliens are like sending right into his brain. And right off the bat, that's my favorite part of this movie is how it deconstructs Mel obsession. There's an interesting thread in the first few Spielberg movies where it does dissect toxic masculinity a lot. You see it a lot in Jaws, you see it a lot in Duel, and you see it a lot in this film. And I think Richard Dreyfuss is excellent in this movie. I love him trying to reconstruct this message in his mind that the aliens are sending to him. This film also features one of the greatest horror sequences in any movie ever, where this little boy gets abducted by aliens, and it is just like peak Spielberg. I gotta say, the colors in this movie look so gorgeous. Whenever an alien spaceship flies in and it leaves like a trail of light behind it, it's gorgeous. I kind of wonder if like Akira is inspired by the look of this movie. It has that very fluorescent lights, futuristic feel to it. And then, of course, the most famous scene in the movie is the contact that they have with the aliens at the end, and they are able to communicate through the music. And just from that regard alone, this is one of John Williams' best scores. That four-note theme is instantly iconic. I own this soundtrack on vinyl. I love it so much. It is very, very good. If I have an issue with this movie, and there's not much because I still really love this film, it's some of the dialogue for me gets a little tiresome. There's not a single point in this movie where there aren't like two or three people talking over each other. It almost kind of feels Safdie-esque in that way, but after watching it a few times, it just kind of gets a little grating, gets a little bit on my nerves. Um, Apart from that, I really love Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Oh, I'll also say, I think the ending, while great, while very cinematic, while very beautiful, on rewatches can sometimes go on for just a little bit too long. It's very beautiful and impactful on a first watch, and on subsequent rewatches, it doesn't quite have the same punch. But I love this movie. I love Steven Spielberg's obsession with aliens. Excited that he's going back to that front and that he's teaming up with John Williams again. Close Encounters of the Third Kind. That's my 11.
Nice. My 11 is also an alien movie, and it also happens to be the best movie that Spielberg has made for kids.
Okay.
E.T. the Extraterrestrial. 1982. This is a wonderful, delightful movie. Even more so than some other 80s properties, I am convinced that the Duffer Brothers stole their entire aesthetic from E.T.
Yeah.
Because you've got the mysterious premise with who or what now, and this one kid trying to take care of them. You got the kids playing D&D in the house eating pizza. You got the kids riding around in bikes in the climax and running away from the government and flying up in their bikes like Stranger Things. What are we doing? This is literally just ripping off E.T.
Yeah.
It's so funny to me that there's a lot of Stranger Things DNA is taken from E.T. alone, and it's very funny to me. John Williams pops off
Oh my
in this
gosh.
movie. The score is like Beethoven level. It's so amazing and so whimsical and fun. I really like the little Easter egg Williams throws in there. He actually puts in Yoda's theme in Star Wars into the score, which I love because you see a kid in a Yoda costume. And in general, I really like how Spielberg references Star Wars so much in this movie,
Yeah.
like kind of paying tribute to Lucas's work in that franchise. So it's really fun to see that. Um,
And then E.T. shows
I
up
think,
in Phantom Menace as well. You can see him in the council room, which
yeah,
is a
yeah,
lot of
yeah.
fun. Yeah.
I think the reason why it's a little lower on my list is because I feel like the family dynamic could have used a little more fleshing out.
Hmm.
Um, I think Elliot, while a good protagonist, he's a little bit of a blank slate sometimes. He feels more like sometimes he feels a little bit more like a vessel to experience the story through, which is okay because it's for kids and kids should be imagining what if ET hid in my closet and got drunk. So, uh, you know, that kind of thing. Um, and I think their mom, I think she's a really interesting character, but she doesn't get enough attention in the
Hmm.
story, I think. And I wish there was just a little bit more uh, detail in the dynamic and with the mom character. Other than that, like if it wasn't clear before, ET makes it really clear that Spielberg is really good at directing children. Uh, he is probably the best director who can direct kids.
Probably
Uh,
is.
he he gets really great performances out of the kids in his movies. I can't think of a single bad performance from a kid in his movies, even the bad movies. The kids are never doing a bad job, and I think it's because Spielberg gives them so much attention and focus and makes sure that they're comfortable. Like there's like there are stories about the production of this film where he really like wanted to make sure Henry Thomas and Drew Barrymore were doing good and that they were healthy and doing well and that they understood the story and their characters and gave them a lot of good attention and it really pays off because they're both Henry Thomas and Drew Barrymore are great in their roles in this movie. Yeah, it's such a great movie. It's delightful. It's wonderful. It's ET. So yeah, that's ET number 11.
I love it. My number 10. I'm curious where this one will end up on your list. And we're in the top 10 now. We finally made it to the top 10. And I'm looking over this top
Finally.
10 and like, man, I don't know if there's very many directors who have a stronger top 10 than this. It's something any director would be proud of. My number 10 is the fantastic Catch Me If You Can. His only.
Yeah, same,
Oh, it's the
same,
same. Okay, perfect.
same.
All right. We aligned
Yeah.
again. This is our second time we've aligned. Um, okay. First off, his only collaboration with Leonardo DiCaprio, which seems kind of crazy to me. It feels like this is a pair that should have teamed up more because they get a lot out of each other here. And I think this is easily one of Leo's best performances, like top 5 probably for me. He is incredible here. But the story follows Frank Abagnale Jr., who, before his birthday, his father, who is kind of a scam artist, uh, is going to get a divorce with his mom, and he runs away, and he begins a life of crime where he scams people and is extremely charismatic and is running away from an FBI agent who is played by Tom Hanks. And right off the bat, this is one of the best examples of a cat and mouse chase story ever. It is based on a true story. From what I understand, some of the events are pretty loosely based on a true story, but that doesn't keep it from being a very entertaining movie for out. Like a lot of the other Spielberg films, I think the cast is fantastic. Like Christopher Walken is really good. Amy Adams is in this movie, and I think she's really great in here. This is an early Amy Adams performance. When it really dials down, though, I think just the character study of who Frank Abagnale Jr. is really fascinating. It's really, really engaging. It's one of just Spielberg's most accessible films. It's actually his most watched on Letterboxd, which surprised me. And I kind of get that. It's like a very great crowd pleaser movie. You could show this to anybody and they'd like it and be entertained by it. Um, yeah, just a very fun, energetic, enjoyable film, start to finish. I really love Catch Me If You Can.
Yeah, I'm with you there. One of my favorite aspects of Catch Me If You Can is that it's a Christmas movie.
Yes.
You can put this on Christmas time, and it fits right in with the holiday theme. Um, I think this is one of Christopher Walken's best performances
Mm-hmm.
because he's not doing the regular Walken shtick.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't feel like Christopher Walken in a movie as he usually does in most other movies, which is totally fine because in other movies when he does the Christopher Walken shtick, it's really funny
Yeah.
and it's awesome. But sometimes it requires more, like in Dune Part Two.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, he plays the Emperor really well. In this movie, he doesn't feel like Christopher Walken. There's a scene in particular where he's remembering when he first met Frank's mom and how the soldiers were dancing with her, and he starts crying. That scene is amazing. It yeah, it's great. Leonardo DiCaprio pulls off playing a teenager super well, even though he was almost 30 when
Oh,
they
was he
made
really?
this movie.
That's wild.
Yeah,
I didn't realize that. But I see it fits
yeah,
because I didn't realize that he was 30. It's perfect.
yeah. He had a baby face until like I don't know Inception or something, so
Yeah.
it's fine. But I really like and this happens in a lot of Spielberg movies sometimes. Sometimes random actors will just make cameos in his movies, and they range from kind of weird to really funny. And in this one, the cameos are super funny. Elizabeth Banks shows up for a second. Jennifer Garner shows up in this movie, which is really funny. Uh, and it's such a fun, fast paced kind of romp. I think this is also one of John Williams' best
I
scores
love
in a
this score.
Spielberg movie. I love like how it's kind of based around jazz more, and there's more brass instruments and more jazzy kind of tones within the score that you can hear, and the way he builds up on the notes within the score. It's a great Williams score. Um, and yeah, it's also one of his funniest movies. I'm not completely sure if it's funnier than Last Crusade. I'm inclined to say no, but it's still really funny.
Yeah.
It's an entertaining time, and it's one of the best Christmas movies. So yeah, Catch Me If You Can, number 10.
We love it. Okay, number 9. You already mentioned it. This was my first time watching it as well for this. This was actually the first movie that I watched for this episode, and that's Duel. This we've talked a lot about unhinged Spielberg. This is unhinged Spielberg. This is just balls to the walls insanity from start to finish. It's kind of this is going to be a strange comparison, maybe, but it feels like Spielberg's take on like a Mad Max or a Mad Max Fury Road, where it's just basically a car chase from start to finish, and that's the whole film. Uh, I love that you don't ever see who is driving the semi. That is such a simple touch, but immediately it just makes it so much more sinister, and uh, it feels like a guy isn't driving it. It is literally just a sentient semi that is going after this guy, trying to kill him. I love that feeling. Like you said, there's so many insane shots of the semi that make it look like the most ferocious monster in cinematic history. And this was a made for TV movie. This is the best made for TV movie I've ever seen, at least. I can't imagine them getting much better than this because this is just raw energy, raw thrills, fun from start to finish. It's a great critique on toxic masculinity. I love that he uses road rage to depict that. I don't know if there's ever been a better depiction of toxic masculinity than just like road rage, pure rage on the road and going to extreme lengths to avenge somebody who just passed you on the road on the way to some random destination. I think that's really clever. So Duel, I think, is fantastic. What an amazing debut from a director. That's my number 9, Duel.
Nice. My number 9 is a movie that has been gestating probably for Spielberg's entire life. And as of recording this, it is the most recent film that he's made.
Oh,
The
okay.
Fablemans.
Nice.
The
Nice.
Fablemans is a semi-autobiographical movie. It is very closely reflecting Spielberg's own childhood and his influences from movies and cinema and how he gained the spark to become a filmmaker. It delves into his family life, his relationships with his parents and his siblings, and how that all went about. It is basically the Spielbergs in everything but name. So we follow Sammy Fableman instead of Steven Spielberg.
Mm-hmm.
But this is, I think a lot of people take this movie for granted. They think it's like self-indulgent and it doesn't deserve to be made. And I say, shut up, because this movie's incredible even on its own. If this movie, if if this movie were made and this wasn't Spielberg's life and childhood, and it was just a fictional story, it would be amazing still, because it's such a captivating story, and it's such a great love letter to film itself. Uh, because you got Sammy using like the different cameras as time passes. He gets like a new camera. He gets like the editing machine, and so you can see how the film is edited. I the I love that the movie shows like a full production of his war film and how he pulls off some of the effects and stuff with the board and the dirt flying up. It's it's a great time. And I think the performances again are really great. The kids are all great. Gabriel LaBelle, is that his name? I think
You're
Gabriel
talking about
LaBelle
Sammy?
is really good as Sammy.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, he is he really understands the assignment. Like, and of course Spielberg is directing him, so uh, they make Sammy a really great and interesting character to follow. Michelle Williams really, uh, you know, she could come off as unlikable, but I think Spielberg does a really good job of both like respecting his mother and showing like the complications within her own personality and how she manifests that as a person. And it doesn't come off as disrespectful at all. It comes off as just like, yeah, this is how she was. And even if she you know ruined my life, which obviously that's a very subjective, she is my mother and I love her.
Mm-hmm.
And I really like that. um Paul Dano is the best supporting performance in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
uh it is a crime that he wasn't nominated for an Oscar.
Mm-hmm.
I love how subtle and quiet he is, and uh, I think my favorite scene with him is at the end when he has that final conversation with Sammy. Um, when he's like, I don't understand, your life, but you go ahead and do it. I I support it. You should pursue your dream. And I love that scene so much because it reminds me of conversations that I've had with my own dad.
Mm-hmm.
It's really great. It's also kind of weird because Paul Dano in that movie kind of looks like my dad, so it's kind of weird. Uh, and it's very funny that Seth Rogen is the guy that Spielberg cast to show the guy who cucked his dad, which is very funny.
That is funny.
Um, and the main reason why I'm harping on Paul Dano so much is because Judd Hirsch is really good in the one scene he's in, but Paul Dano's in like the whole movie, and he's so much better.
I agree. I agree. I'm
So
always kind of baffled by the Paul Hirsch nomination. There's actually a one scene performance in the movie that I like a lot more too, and I wouldn't have
yes,
been upset if he got it instead of Paul Hirsch.
yes. And funny you should mention that because I was just about to. Because over the many years, we've seen like collaborations that Spielberg has done with other filmmakers. Uh, he worked with his friend George Lucas for the Indiana Jones movies. The legendary French director Francois Truffaut shows up in Close Encounters,
Hmm.
which is really fun.
Yeah.
The Coen brothers wrote Bridge of Spies. Spielberg has worked with. Uh, he funded a Kurosawa movie and helped that. It helped. I think it was. I think it might have been Hagemusha or
Wow.
Dreams. It was one of those
I
two.
didn't realize
But
that.
he helped. Yeah, he helped get a Kurosawa movie on the ground. I might be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure I'm not.
Okay.
But uh, in his most recent film, we of course saw his one and only collaboration with the irreplaceable and unique David Lynch. Um, and it's very funny to me because if I think regular Lynch fans who are a little more highbrow would see Lynch and Spielberg in the same sentence and be like, Spielberg doesn't belong there or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
And I just love that Lynch's appearance in this film kind of proves that wrong. Because, yes, they may make completely different movies and with completely different intents. And Spielberg may be the highest grossing director of all time, and Lynch is David Lynch,
Yeah.
but they still respect each other deeply. And they have a love for the craft that we know as filmmaking.
Yes.
And it it really does feel, even though David Lynch is playing John Ford, who is also a legend in cinema, it really does feel like a really nice eulogy to Lynch's career
Yeah.
and him as a person. Like that, he may be playing John Ford, but it's kind of just David Lynch, which is really fun,
Yeah.
and I really like that. But yeah, Fablemans is a great movie, and I will never say it's not. People who say it's not are stupid.
I
So
agree.
Fableman's number 9.
I love that. Man, you just talking about that Lynch cameo kind of got me misty eyed because it is such a touching tribute to both John Ford and David Lynch, and proof that, even though, like you said, they do make such radically different art, Lynch was willing to collaborate with Spielberg on something like this, and proof that they respected each other as artists. I think that's really wonderful. Okay, my number
Shout out
eight.
to Laura Dern.
Yes.
Shout out to Laura Dern because she got that cameo.
Did she really?
Possible.
Oh,
So
I love that. Thank you,
yeah,
Laura Dern. Okay. My favorite cameo in film history, probably. I love that cameo. My number eight is my favorite first watch that I did for this ranking. To set it up, Stanley Kubrick, as you all are aware, we talked about Steven Spielberg collaborating with other great directors. Stanley Kubrick and Steven Spielberg were really good friends, and they had lots of conversations with each other. And as evidenced in the Shining scene in Ready Player One, Steven Spielberg was a huge fan of Stanley Kubrick and his work, and he will endlessly praise him, and you will never hear him say anything bad about any Kubrick movie. And so it goes to show how deep their bond was that Stanley Kubrick deeply fell in love with a book called AI, Artificial Intelligence, and wanted to make a movie of it. And he tried to get it off the ground for decades and decades. And coming towards the end of his life, he decided that he wasn't going to pursue it anymore. but he had written good chunks of the script and he passed it over to his good friend Steven Spielberg. And Steven Spielberg went on to create this film after Kubrick's death. Now, artificial intelligence follows David, who is an AI robot boy, and he is especially programmed to be one of the first robots to love somebody. And David's mom bonds with him, and David loves his mom dearly. But after his brother recovers from what is some sort of accident, uh, the parents perceive that David is something of a threat and decide to abandon him. Uh, AI really touched me in a way I wasn't expecting. From what I had heard previously, it seemed like the movie was maybe even just like a little bit divisive. Like some people really liked it, other people didn't. It was kind of seen as maybe like a B or a C tier Spielberg. So I went in excited about it, but not like expecting to love it. But I loved this because Steven Spielberg was such a huge fan of Stanley Kubrick. I feel like he put extra care and extra attention to every little detail in this movie. This movie just looks so beautiful. There are several shots that are clear homages to other films like A Clockwork Orange or even The Shining or 2001: A Space Odyssey. They don't feel like cheap gimmicks like The Shining reference did in Ready Player One. They feel like loving tributes to a legendary auteur. One of my favorite things about this movie is that there's a very sentimental side to this film, and then there's a very dark side to this film, a very strange middle section, which follows like sex robots. And you'd think that Stanley Kubrick would have come up with like the really darker stuff, and Steven Spielberg would have come up with the more touching family stuff, but it's actually reverse. Stanley Kubrick came up with the more touching family drama stuff, and Steven Spielberg wanted to tap into more of that Stanley Kubrick drama. So it's really two artists kind of playing off of each other's strengths and trying to do what they admire in each other. And I think that's very touching. And you can't talk about this movie without talking about Haley Joel Osment. I think this might be the best child performance in cinema history. What he does here is unbelievable. As a matter of fact, Spielberg or Kubrick didn't want to make this movie because he felt like David wouldn't work unless if it was like a CGI or like practical effects actual android that they were working. And Steven Spielberg also kind of wanted to go like the CGI approach until he saw Haley Joel Osment's performance in The Sixth Sense, and he knew that he could do it. And man, this kid fires on all cylinders. He is unbelievable in this film. It's sort of like if you've seen Star Trek Next Generation, it's kind of like Data, but there's a real sincerity to his performance as well. And he nails the emotional moments. There's a scene where the mom abandons him, which is absolutely heartbreaking. And there are some scenes toward the end, which I think is one of the best moments where Steven straddled that line between very sentimental, but also very heartbreaking. It's that perfect bittersweet mix. So I think this is a fascinating movie of two great artistic minds colliding. It's a very touching tribute to Kubrick. And I think on its own right, it's a very emotionally charged and powerful film. So AI, that's my number 8. I love that movie.
Nice. All right, my number 8. You've touched on it already, so I'll keep this short. Close Encounters of the Third Kind is a visually stunning movie. I love the visual effects in this movie, done by Douglas Trumbull, same guy as Blade Runner. So of course they look amazing. The spaceships in this movie are so cool.
Yeah, so awesome.
It's some of the frames in this movie I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, even if I don't rewatch this movie, which of course I'm going to. But it's such a great, I guess, film to show that, science fiction, I think, really is the genre that Steven Spielberg is most comfortable with, because he wrote this story himself, and you can see how passionate he is about, like, this topic and the themes he wants to show, and the concepts and the aliens and all of that. They're all really well realized within the narrative and this film. um I will say that Roy's family is awful, and I do not blame him for leaving Earth and leaving them behind. uh, they suck. His kids are
Yeah.
really annoying, and his wife doesn't deserve him. Or I don't know. It's just very funny that Roy just straight up leaves
Yeah.
instead of going back to his family. But strangely enough, though, it's not confirmed yet if this is true. But a lot of, like, Emily Blunt recently said something in relation to this. There's a rumor that Disclosure Day is actually a
Oh,
sequel to Close Encounters,
really?
which would be
Oh,
crazy.
that's kind of cool.
But there are a couple things. Yeah, there are a couple things, like, in the trailer. You can kind of tell, like, the aliens have some kind of psychic connection to some of the humans again.
Yeah.
And uh,
Ooh.
Steven Spielberg did write the story for this movie too, so it could be.
Ooh.
I I'm okay with Disclosure Day being its own thing. Like,
Mhm.
that's totally acceptable. But if it's a secret sequel to Close Encounters, that would blow my mind and I would freak out.
That'd be so
So
awesome. I hope that's true.
yeah,
I really like that idea.
yeah. But yeah, Close Encounters number 8.
Okay, my number 7. You talked about it very well, so I'll keep it brief as well. I have The Fablemans. This movie gets me on an emotional level. I think the story of Sammy Fableman and his parents is just really touching. I love how much nuance he brings to the parents' characters and how he shows their faults, but also why he loves them so much, and how both of them shaped him into the filmmaker that he was. His mom was the artistic side, who saw the beauty in everything, and then his dad was the engineer side, and he used both to become a movie maker. I think that's a really beautiful tribute to them. And we talked at length about the David Lynch cameo, which I love dearly. Um, I think the movie is beautiful. It's charming. It's got a great cast all around. It has one of my favorite shots in any Spielberg movie as well, where the parents are arguing, and then Sammy sees himself in the mirror recording the conversation, as if it's so meta of Steven actually filming this conversation now in the present day, recording that. I just think that shot is brilliant. I love The Fablemans. It grows on me more every day. I think it's one of my favorite films just of the decade period. I really love The Fablemans. So that's my number 7.
And I will say also, 7, before my number 7, The Fablemans is also another movie where Kaminsky's washed out look works really well.
Yeah, it makes it feel
Because it
magical.
further shows, like, yeah, it feels magical. It feels like a memory being told. So yeah, it works in The Fablemans really well, and it works really well in this next movie, my number 7, which is much higher on my list than it was on yours.
Oh.
Minority Report.
All right, here it is.
All right, Minority Report. I love this movie. It is so good. The tension and the action is so fun. It's and really creative, and this movie feels really prescient for our time.
Yeah.
Uh, it takes place in 2054, but there are already things in this movie that are kind of taking place. There's a really huge crackdown on crime in the federal government level that we're seeing. Uh, when Anderton is going through, like, the precog's visions and scrubbing through the image, that's something we do already. And he's, like, scrolling through the images, looking at them, and all of that. Like, that feels really timely. Uh, and in general, like, even like the eye identifications, that feels like it's not far off. Like
Yeah.
that feels like something that actually could happen.
Yeah,
So
I think the
it's
scariest
yeah,
thing, yeah, the scariest thing for me in the movie is the eye advertisements that sell you based on your own personal identity. Like that's just things that happen on our phone every day. You know, they track what we buy and
yeah,
everything. That's very ahead of its time. Yeah.
yeah. And so to counter your point about the exposition, I do have to disagree with that
Okay.
because I think the exposition worked is delivered really well in this movie,
Mhm.
especially I'll take the beginning first. The beginning of this movie, where we see pre-crime in action, the precogs, how they work, and this is all shown to us. And the things that can't be like directly shown to us, we have a character, Colin Farrell's character, there who is new to all of this, who doesn't really know how this works, to be explained to, and uh, see how it works. And I, so especially the beginning, I think the exposition really works to be delivered to us. Uh, Next thing, the scene with the woman who created the pre-crime program, I also really like that scene because once again, we're being told something that Tom Cruise doesn't know and we don't know, and he's out of options, so he has to go visit her. It's also probably besides the very end of the movie, it's the only time that we see like plants and nature in the movie
Oh, interesting.
because the rest of the movie takes place in the cityscape. And as we see, the plants in this greenhouse and in her yard are very aggressive and they attack Tom Cruise and he gets like kind of poisoned or whatever and he has to get a cure, which is kind of funny. But it kind of shows, you know, you can't fight nature and you can't predict what it's going to do at the end of the day. And I love the deeper symbolism behind that scene.
Hmm.
And so I think that scene works really well because of that.
Okay.
Um, and then like, you know, we can debate back and forth about the first half and like the exposition and stuff. But I think without question, I think past everything with the like the eye surgery and past that is so good. I I think it's flawless from Spielberg's point of view. Uh, the sequence where he's with Agatha, the precog, and are going through the mall,
It's very
and
cool.
she's seeing all these little bits like "Don't move," and she stops that one lady, "Don't go home." He knows, and like stand in this one spot, grab the umbrella. It's so fun to watch, and I love the scene where he confronts the guy he's supposed to kill because it's so tense. And the first time I watched it, I was on the edge of my seat. I was a kid when I watched this the first time, and I had no idea what was going to happen. And I love Tom Cruise's performance in this scene in particular. Like when he looks at the pictures and he's like, I'm going to kill this man. Like it gives me chills up my spine. And uh and then shout out to also another scene with uh they're now at Anderton's home. So it's him and his wife, and they're with Agatha. Samantha Morton is incredible in the scene because she starts talking about their son and the life he could have had and what could have been. And Tom Cruise is like weeping, and I love it. It's like it's closure to something that we never actually know the answer to, like what really happened to Sean that day.
Mhm.
It, but it's a bittersweet conclusion to that story. And then immediately after, she's like, "I'm sorry, John, like you're going to have to run again." And then the pre-crime bursts in. It's so freaking good. And this is where my feelings about the movie get a little bit more complicated because I think the ending of John getting imprisoned, it is a natural ending to the story, and it's a ballsy ending.
Yeah.
Like if the movie ended there, it'd still be incredible.
Mhm.
Like I think it'd be a really strong ending because even though he's in prison for a crime that we know he didn't commit at this point, he has received closure about his son, and he can go to jail in knowing that in peace, like he's at peace knowing, his son would have had an amazing life
Yeah.
or whatever. But Spielberg does his usual shtick. The movie keeps going, and the actual ending we get is fine. Like I do like the actual ending still. It's just isn't as like it doesn't deliver the biggest kick
Yeah.
uh, to the story, and that's okay because this is a really fun movie. I love it to death. It's so much fun. Yeah, so Minority Report is number 7 for me.
Okay. You made me like it more just hearing you talk about it. I still have some issues with it, but I respect it. Okay, number 6, Jurassic Park. We all know it. We all love it. I think I haven't said enough how much I love John Williams in this episode, because John Williams and Steven Spielberg, that is the collab that for a ton of his movies make the movies so magical, and the score of Jurassic Park really is something really special. I love the core trio cast here. Sam Neill, who's in a lot of other really amazing movies that I've never seen him in a movie that I didn't love, gives a very likable performance here, as does Laura Dern, who's great to see in a Steven Spielberg movie. I would love to see them collaborate some other time in the future. And then, of course, Jeff Goldblum, who might be the best of the three. He's so fun here. As you said earlier, he kind of based his whole future career off of this performance, but it's so likable that it's hard not to see why he did that. Also want to shout out Richard Attenborough. He gives such a great charismatic performance. You see him as almost like a Walt Disney like character wanting to start a theme park, and you see why he would do it, and it makes sense how he could have been blinded to the potential consequences because he's just so excited about this opportunity to craft something real and magical. There's so many great dialogues in this film. There's so many great montages. The scene where they're at the dinner table, I think, is very memorable. Strikes at the core of the heart of this man versus nature dynamic, which is just stretched out ad infinitum in the sequels, and it's never as potent or as powerful as what we get here, which is very pure and very raw and beautiful, I think. But then what we all love about this movie is how brilliant all the sequences are directed, and of course the special effects, which are revolutionary, obviously. I still think the T-Rex scene might be my favorite Spielberg moment in any of his movies. I think that is just like 12 out of 10, 13 out of 10 directing right there. That whole sequence is just masterfully done. And like we said earlier, that blend of practical and special effects is what makes it hold up still to this day and still look incredibly fresh and dynamic. So many great directed sequences in this, great themes and ideas. It's magical seeing dinosaurs on a screen like this and then brought to life in such a real and tactile way. So Jurassic Park, that is my number 6. I love that film.
All right, number 6. I'll be a little brief on this one since you've talked about it at length. AI, artificial intelligence. I first watched this when I was a kid, and I did not jive with it. As a kid, I thought this movie was really weird, and I didn't really like it. It made me feel a little uncomfortable, and I think, and as I mentioned, with the shiny sequence, that's obviously Spielberg trying to pay tribute to Kubrick, and he does it so much better here, paying tribute to Kubrick. I think the reason why I was uncomfortable as a kid is because Spielberg is emulating Kubrick's directorial style within the movie and replicating his tone, which it really works. One sequence that I think feels so Kubrick is the Flesh Fair sequence, where David walks into this and they're destroying the mechas, and it feels really grungy and dirty. Like that feels like a Kubrick sequence, and I love it.
Me too.
It's so good. Um, and I also really like that Spielberg adopted some of Kubrick's directorial habits here. Like he didn't give the actors the full scripts for the movie, so they were kind of left in the dark for the big scope of the story. Uh, he had them sign like the confidentiality forms that Kubrick was very famous for his productions, which is very funny too. But I think it really does work. Like Spielberg basically method directed this movie. Like he stepped into the spirit of Stanley Kubrick to direct this, and it works so much better because of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I really like that. Um, and it's really funny that you mentioned like the Sixth Sense stuff because one of M. Night Shyamalan's greatest inspirations is Spielberg,
Yeah.
and then Spielberg watches a movie by a guy he directly inspired and sees Haley Joel Osment, and then takes Haley Joel Osment and casts him in his own movie. So it's a really fun circle of like influence
Yeah.
right there. And yeah, Haley Joel Osment delivers an incredible performance, and now he stars in crap like Happy Gilmore 2 for some reason.
No,
So,
no.
you know,
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
but it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Jude Law, I'll say Jude Law. I think Jude Law's performance and character both work in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I think because this movie could work if it was just like, David and Teddy walking around and stuff.
I love
But I
Teddy
think
too.
Jude Law, yeah, Teddy's great. Teddy's the GOAT.
Yeah.
Um, but I think Jude Law does work to kind of ground David a little bit and have somebody a little bit more relatable that he can talk to. And I do like that Jude Law kind of has a little arc of, he may be like a sex robot, but he begins to like learn and like care about David, and he cares about the mission that David is on and wants him to succeed.
Mm-hmm.
And he ends up sacrificing himself so that David can reach that goal, which is really sweet. So it ends up working out. Uh yeah, this this movie's amazing. And when I rewatched it for this, I also teared up.
Yeah. Me
It's
too.
a very tender it's a very tender movie. And I, as my list will show, I think it is the best science fiction film that Spielberg has directed.
Oh,
It's
interesting.
that good for me.
Okay. Yeah, I also
And
really love it.
I'm not really counting Jurassic Park
Okay, I was gonna
because
say that. Yeah, I guess you could count it as Jurassic
Jurassic
as thriller. I'd probably
yeah,
classify it more as a thriller than sci-fi. Yeah.
yeah, Jurassic Park's on like the fringe of that. So I don't really count it. But AI, best sci-fi film from Spielberg for me by far. So
Awesome.
it's my number 6.
Okay, my number 5 is E.T. You've talked about it at length. I agree with most of what you say. I'll say from this point on, these are like my 5 out of 5 star Spielberg movies. I love all these films to death and back. I love how real these kids feel. And clearly, like you said, Stranger Things took so much inspiration by just like how much they cuss and how much they like interact off of each other. It feels very childlike. I think this is one of his best directed movies. I love the special effects on ET. The puppetry is fantastic. It looks so good. The stupid freaking re-release that they had of it where ET was just CGI. That has to be one of the biggest atrocities ever. So I'm glad that was just like a one-off thing and they went back to the original version of the movie and it's not like a Star Wars special edition of it where it is permanently CGI. Thank goodness that didn't happen. But yeah, and you said the John Williams score as well. I think this is my favorite John Williams score in any Spielberg movie. It is just like masterful. It is so emotional. thinking about it can get me a little misty eye sometime. It is just such a beautiful score. So, number 5, E.T. Love that movie.
Nice. We'll go to my number 5, which you've also talked about at length, so I'll be brief. Jurassic Park. Uh, Jurassic Park released in 1993, and along with another movie that I'm sure we will get to,
Yes.
pretty close to the end here, is probably the best double feature Spielberg year that he's ever had.
It is the best for sure.
Jurassic Park is the greatest summer blockbuster ever made, and I stand by that statement. It is so entertaining, it is thrilling, it is so wondrous. It's has great performances, great visual effects. Hardly any of the shots have aged, like I mentioned before. The great puppetry work as well. Um, and I want to shout out one particular scene here that gives me chills every time I watch it. Is during the T-Rex sequence when uh, the kids are trapped in the car and Alan is out in the rain trying to move inch closer to the car, and then Ian freaking Malcolm comes out with a flare. He's like, "Hey, hey!" and then Alan just goes, "Ian, freeze!" It's so good. And then Ian, like, I love this moment for Ian Malcolm because he up to that moment he's just been like this goofy goober guy, and he's just in there for the fun. But at that moment, he proves, he's willing to die to make sure, kids and other people can live.
Yeah.
Which is so cool to me. So yeah, shout out to that moment in particular. But yeah, it's an amazing movie. Just talking about it makes me want to rewatch it. So Jurassic Park number 5.
Testament to how good of a filmmaker he is, because at the end of all of these, for like the last 10 movies we've talked about, I've been like, oh, I'm going to just rewatch that after we're done with this. It's so good. Okay, number 4, the first Hollywood blockbuster movie, one of the most influential films of all time. My number 4 is Jaws. I am
We're matching.
We're matching. Hey, there we go. I'm obsessed with Jaws. It just celebrated its 50th year anniversary last year. Again, kind of like Jurassic Park, lead trio of actors in this movie are so good, and each one brings something so unique to the table. It's my favorite Richard Dreyfuss performance. But I just love Roy Schneider in this movie. I think he does so much. He's so likable. He kind of represents Spielberg's perfect definition of masculinity in this film, as opposed to Robert Shaw and Richard Dreyfuss, who are both kind of arrogant and bite heads at each other and compare scars and whatnot. I think Roy Schneider is phenomenal in this film. This is just one of the best directed Hollywood movies ever made. The first half is a great social critique about politics. When I watch it now, it just reminds me of COVID-19, of politicians saying, oh, it's not that big of a deal, when it actually is a really big deal, and it actually is taking people's lives. And then the second half of the movie, obviously, like I've been kind of saying, it's similar in the thread of like the critique on toxic masculinity and presenting a form of masculinity to look forward to in the future in the form of Brody by Roy Schneider, which I think is very cool. I think the special effects in this movie hold up very well, because obviously masterfully Spielberg doesn't show the shark only in brief moments until the very end. And I think that makes the special effects hold up very well to this day. They also use actual footage of sharks, which I think works very well for the movie. Honestly, this is one of those films where I'm obsessed with. Just about any other director on the planet, this would be their best movie. And I stand by that. If this was the only movie that Steven Spielberg ever directed, he would still be seen as one of the best directors to have ever done it. Like, this is a real biting, fantastic, killer movie. And I want to hear your thoughts on it, Regan.
Yeah, what really strikes to me in Jaws is that it's a great balance of tone.
Yeah.
not just with like, it has great suspense and surprisingly some really great action.
Yeah.
Uh, it also has really funny moments. Like this is a funny movie. It has great performances. It has good drama in it as well. So it really balances out. It's a really great blockbuster. Um, I have it over Jurassic Park because I think it is more impressive how much they get away with in Jaws,
Mhm.
especially if you know how troubled the production was and how much trouble they had with the shark and filming out on the water, which is the first movie that ever did so, which is so cool.
It is so cool.
Uh, so it's really impressive, and so that's why it edges out Jurassic Park on my list. But um, I this is another perfect example for me for unhinged Spielberg because at the end, spoilers, but Robert Shaw gets eaten by the shark and he gets bitten at the waist and he starts spitting out blood and screaming. Like this is just unhinged Spielberg. He does not give a single flying crap about what people think. The shark is so scary in this movie.
Mhm.
My fun fun fact about this movie: when my dad was in the second grade, their teacher, for some reason, thought it'd be a good idea to show Jaws to their class. My dad watched Jaws in the second grade, and he was traumatized. And to this day, he has never rewatched the movie
Wow. Yeah.
ever. Yeah, no, because one time I put it on because it's Jaws, and I wanted to watch it, and I'm watching it, and my dad comes downstairs, and he's like, "What are you watching?" And he comes in, and he looks at it for about 3 seconds, and he goes, "Is this Jaws?" And I was like, "Yeah," and he left. And I felt a little bad. Like this movie's really effective,
Yeah.
and uh, it's so great. Uh, it's Jaws.
It's
What else
Jaws.
is there to say?
It's been talked about to death and deservedly so. It
Yeah,
is it is that good. It is one of the best movies ever made.
yeah.
Which
Also,
is
shout out to the dolly zoom on Roy
yes.
Scheider's face. That's
Yes.
got to be one of the greatest dolly zooms of all time. So
Yeah, and then my other favorite shot is when the boat is leaving and the camera is showing the boat leaving through the mouth of the shark skeleton. You know what I'm talking about? I love that shot too.
yeah,
And
yeah.
and it's crazy that there are three movies that I think are better. My number 3 is Raiders of the Lost Ark. Man,
Same.
it
We're
is.
matching again.
Hey, I love it. Um, oh man, I feel like again, what more can I say? I love that I own this movie on VHS because this feels like a VHS movie to me. Uh,
Yeah.
Indiana Jones means the world to me. This character, this adventure, this setting, this tone, and my whole life, I just kind of like yearn for that vibe of movie. When I first watched this, I was maybe like 9 or 10, and that was like my whole personality after that point was just loving Indiana Jones. And some of the movies that I loved deeply when I was a kid I don't like as much anymore, but Indiana Jones is still like, I don't know, top 3 favorite movies ever. I love Raiders of the Lost Ark. This is unhinged Spielberg. This is him. This is the, Indiana Jones that's so gritty and nasty and bloody, and people get chopped up in propellers and their faces explode. And Echo, stop. Echo is going off in my room right now for whatever reason. But yes, I love Raiders of the Lost Ark. Um, I love Harrison Ford. I love the sound effects of the punching. I love the gun sounds. I love Miriam. This is my favorite opening to any movie ever, probably. Uh, Echo, Alexa, stop. It was playing the Indiana Jones theme on my Alexa in here. Um, Yes. So I don't know. I could talk about this movie for hours. I love all the side characters. I love the quest to find the Holy Grail. I like that it's one of Spielberg's most overtly Jewish films too. Jewish rage against Nazism. I think that's a very nice theme. I don't know. I'm kind of at a loss for words. I just love this movie a lot. I think it's perfect. I think it's the best action movie ever made. Raiders of the Lost Ark. That's my number three.
Yeah, I'm with you on every single point. And one other thing I will say about this for me is that this is my personal favorite John Williams score.
Mm.
John Williams scores for every Indiana Jones movie except Dial of Destiny. Sorry, uh, is all those scores are really good. Even Kingdom of the Crystal Skull has a really good score.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Raiders score. What I really like about it is that it not only has really great motifs and themes for the characters and the arc, but it's also really interactive with the movie itself. Um, One action scene that I love is uh, synced up with a track in the soundtrack called "The Basket Game," and it's Indian Marion in the market fighting off the Egyptian mercenaries trying to kill them. And I love the way the music kind of interacts with the choreography and the punches and the hits. And also, of course, contains one of the greatest gags in cinematic history when Indiana just shoots the guy in the face with the sword.
Mm-hmm.
It's so funny. Uh, Another fun fact about this, when I recently rewatched it, I watched Always, and it left a sour taste in my mouth. So I put Raiders on as a palate cleanser,
Nice.
and it was so good. It worked wonders for my mood. Yeah, yeah, best 10 minutes to a opening to a film ever.
Mm-hmm.
It's hits every nail on the head. This is unhinged Spielberg. This is Spielberg's Inglorious Bastards. Nazis are just bleeding everywhere. It's so good.
It is.
And
And
yeah, so Raiders number three.
we haven't even mentioned the truck chase, which is crazy because the
Yeah,
truck chase
yeah,
is perfect and takes clear inspiration from Stagecoach, but like perfects it for a modern, cinematic landscape. I think is so cool. So yeah, Raiders. My number two, another Indiana Jones movie. For a long time, this was my favorite Spielberg movie. I decided to change it last minute because I rewatched another one of his films. I'm sure you can guess what it is. Um, but The Last Crusade. I just said that Raiders is the best action movie ever made. So why is this above it? Um, I think it ultimately comes down to I just think Raiders is a better movie overall, but I'm more attached to The Last Crusade. I think the story between uh, Harrison Ford and Sean Connery, Indiana Jones Jr. and uh, you know Henry uh, Henry Jones Sr., whatever they're called, I think is very touching. And I love the action scenes in this movie just as much. I love the tank chase scene. I love the boat scene. I think, like you said, the humor is so funny. I love how campy it is. It's one of those moments where I think Spielberg's very kind of quirky, peculiar sense of humor works just wonderfully in this film, and it fits the vibe perfectly of just this swashbuckling action adventure romp. Um, and man, I love the ending of this film. It's interesting. It kind of mirrors the beginning of Raiders of the Lost Ark, but I love that it saves the best moment for last. I love him going through the different trials of the temple. I love him meeting the knight in the center chamber, going back and rescuing his dad. I love that there's like a real emotional stake for his character more than there had been in the previous two movies. I feel like Indiana Jones is the most of a character here in The Last Crusade, and it's entertaining from start to finish. It's like my favorite movie. I love The Last Crusade so much. So yeah, Last Crusade is my number two. It's crazy that it's only number two. I love that film.
yeah. All right. my number two, which I suspect is your number one. Uh, my number two is, I think, without question, Spielberg's greatest achievement as a director. Uh, there is nothing that comes close. This is a movie that most people would never imagine Spielberg could ever direct. Um, it is a movie that, you know, in his filmography stands out for good reason because it is that different and that impactful in his filmography. It is probably one of the most important films ever made, ever. I do think this movie, even though it's at my number two, this is the best film that Spielberg has ever made. My number one is just my personal favorite, and I won't apologize for putting it at number one. But number two, and what I'm guessing is your number one, of course, is Schindler's List. Schindler's List takes place in the years of World War II in Poland, focuses on a businessman named Oskar Schindler, who during this wartime uh, makes a munitions factory and hires many imprisoned Jews to be employed in his factory. And it details his effort to keep these people, his employees, and these families safe from the Nazi regime and to get them out safely and make sure they are not harmed by the atrocities of the Holocaust. Uh, there's a lot of history in this film. There's a lot of anguish in this film. Spielberg, of course, as hopefully most people know, is Jewish, and so he had a lot of personal connection to this story. And he wasn't actually sure if he could even direct this movie. In fact, he actually approached Martin Scorsese to direct it because he thought he would be more fitting for the tone and the story. But, and I love Scorsese for this, Scorsese knew that this story would be more uh, fitting and capable in the hands of Spielberg. And he knew and he saw something in Spielberg that Spielberg himself didn't see, which was the ability to make this movie. And I'm so glad that Scorsese refused and told Spielberg to make it because we got Schindler's List. This movie, with one sole exception, is completely in black and white. It is the first movie shot by Janusz Kaminski, and it is the best movie shot by Kaminski with his collaborations with Spielberg. Um, it feels of course, the tone is very somber. There is some light and humorous moments in this movie, but they are very, very appropriately placed and at the right times, and to give us just the right amount of levity before we're get right back into the very serious and somber tone. Liam Neeson plays Oskar Schindler, and he is amazing. This is one of his greatest performances as an actor. There's not a lot of movies that kind of come close to him in this movie. I could only think of. I can't even think of it. This might be Liam Neeson's greatest performance.
I think it is. Yeah.
Ben Kingsley plays his secretary, Itzhak Stern. He's also very good. Ray Fiennes plays the antagonist of this movie, Amon Goth, who was in charge of the Krakow Holocaust camp. This also may be Ray Fiennes' greatest performance.
Yeah, I think it is.
And Ray Fiennes has given so many incredible performances over the years. He is detestable and disgusting, this movie. And he plays this villain so insanely well. And before I hand it over to you, I'll also shout out, of course, the score for this movie, John Williams. again hits it out of the park with this. Uh, it captures the sadness and also, the hope that arises from, Schindler's triumph at the end of the movie very well. Uh, Featuring, of course, a very nice and beautiful violin solo by Ishak Perlman, who is also a Jew himself. Um, this is an incredible movie, and I'll let you take the reins for a bit on
Yeah,
this now.
I thought you said a lot of my points very gracefully. Um, I'll add, it is my number one. It's my favorite. I think it's the best Spielberg movie. Obviously, it's not. How do you even compare a movie like Last Crusade and Schindler's List to each other? You know, they're so polar opposites. But um, Schindler's List feels like what this art form was made for, right? It feels like it was designed to tell people stories and help people feel empathy towards the plights and see the human condition. It's like the famous Roger Ebert quote: "The movies are empathy machines." Few movies have touched me more emotionally than Schindler's List. There's an unflinching honesty to what is shown on the screen, and it all feels so human. There's not an ounce of melodrama throughout the whole thing. It's so authentic and real that yeah, it we talked about Amistad and The Color Purple and how those movies didn't really feel like Spielberg was the right fit. Like, it kind of feels like Spielberg was the only fit for this movie. Like, this was the movie that he was born to make. And it's getting me misty eyed just thinking about it. So touching, so devastating. The tragedy is so sweeping. The scene where they make him the ring is just so beautiful. And then the scene at the end where they show the descendants of Schindler's Jews and the people who were actually there honoring him by placing the rocks on his grave. I mean, it's just masterful. It feels like one of the most important films ever made. Like I said, like what this art form is all about in the first place. So that's why I put it at my number one. Schindler's List, my number one. I think it's the best Spielberg film. Yeah, that's my number one.
Yeah. And I'll also say one more thing about Schindler's List is that even though it's so unflinchingly uh, immovable from its position, like it's a very adult, very mature film. Like, you shouldn't watch it as a kid, but I think honestly, like, every single person ever should watch this movie.
Yeah.
This is history. It is important. You should watch it at least once.
Mm-hmm.
And if it doesn't go down well and you don't want to watch it ever again, then you learn something regardless. So, yeah, it's Spielberg's greatest achievement.
I agree. Yeah.
But now, all right,
This is going to be quite the
I
transition.
I'm very happy I'm very happy I get to close out this ranking with my personal favorite Spielberg movie that I will never compromise on. I stand by this 100%. This It would take a miracle to move this from my number one spot. Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom
Let's go.
is my favorite Spielberg movie, and I think it's one of his best directed movies ever. Uh, so, first and foremost, this movie, of course, is responsible for creating the PG-13 rating. And I am so happy that it is. However, this movie is also the end of the unhinged Spielberg era because unfortunately, the critical response to this movie and some of the audience reactions really hurt Spielberg, and it changed him in a way that I think, for me personally, I think it's a little bit for the worse.
I agree.
Because while he went on to make some great movies, he's made amazing movies, and some that are, I like Schindler's List, and maybe a couple of others are better than Temple of Doom, like objectively, are better than Temple of Doom. Spielberg has never gone back to like the same amount of energy that is present in Temple of Doom and Raiders and Jaws and Duel, and even like some of the other those other movies like E.T. and Sugarland Express. Like that same level of energy was tempered a little bit because of the reaction to Temple of Doom, and I'm a little sad about that. Uh, so this movie focuses on Indiana Jones. This is actually a prequel to Raiders. It takes place in 1935 instead of after Raiders, and it focuses on his adventure in India with two companions, Short Round, and of course Willie Scott. Now, a lot of people hate Willie. This is my biggest hot take of all time. I like Willie, and I do not get annoyed at her in the slightest. And I think Kate Capshaw actually really does well with what she is given in the script and with the direction that she received. I think she's hilarious in this movie. There are a lot of laughs. I get a lot of laughs out of Willie. Um, and I'll get more into like Willie herself as a character in a second here. But of course, this movie also features one of my personal favorite actors of all time, Ke Huy Quan, his first ever film role as Short Round. This is one of the greatest, for me, one of the greatest debuts of an actor in a movie. His joy and energy is so infectious. Even as a kid, I loved him. I saw some of myself in him, which sounds a little weird, but I really like this kid hanging around with Indiana Jones going on an adventure. That sounded so awesome. And it warms my heart that, all these years later, Ke Huy Quan is having a resurgence. And even though, he's choosing to show up in
Yeah.
some movies of questionable quality, that's okay. He deserves it.
Yeah.
Like this is his resurgence. I think he has full rights to go and star in what he wants to
Yeah.
do
I agree.
and just have fun doing it. He has earned that. Uh, so it's just great to see. I love him, and uh, I think going down into Temple of Doom, like this movie is much darker than Raiders, which is great. It's very good that they didn't just do another Raiders or you know even replicate uh, what they would do with Last Crusade. And even though I said Last Crusade was like Raiders 2, Last Crusade is still different enough from Raiders to set itself apart. It's very funny. It's funnier than Raiders and all of that. Temple of Doom, the production was in a dark place. George Lucas and Steven Spielberg had both gone through terrible divorces. Uh, so they were mentally in a dark place in their minds. During the production of this movie, Harrison Ford injured his back very badly, and he did not have a fun time filming this movie. And so this film is full of hardship. And so I can understand that, like, Spielberg and Harrison Ford can look back on this movie with kind of a negative light, but I admire it because Steven Spielberg was like, screw it, I'm gonna do whatever the frick I want, bro, and it's better for it. The action here, I think, is the best
Hmm.
in the franchise. One shot that I love is the tracking shot that follows Indy as he swings down on his whip to the
I love that
mine
shot.
cart. I love that shot so much. And with all the action happening in that shot around it and the guns firing off at him, it is so cool. The minecart chase is amazing.
So
All the
awesome.
fight scenes are great. The beginning uh, salvo in Shanghai is so fun and entertaining. And this is where I start putting my tinfoil hat on. This is why I like Temple of Doom so much. But I believe at its very center, Temple of Doom, the main theme is about empathy and the passion of the human heart. And stick with me on this for a second
Okay.
here, because uh, the main artifacts in Temple of Doom are these rocks, like the Sankara stones, and they're not very interesting. They just glow and burn hands and stuff, and I guess they have spiritual powers, and cool, whatever. And in every Indiana Jones film, the artifact has a motif, has a musical motif from John Williams. And the Stones do have a little motif, like a little choral, like, oh, or whatever. But the more prominent theme in this film is titled Slave Children's Crusade. Because the first and main motivation for Indy, the, before he even learned about the Sankara Stones, was that these village children were kidnapped by an evil cult and they need rescuing. And while he gets caught up by the legend of the Sankara stones and the possibility of fortune and glory, when he grabs the stones for the first time and he puts them in his bag, he hears the screams and he sees, the decapitated arms on the statue and the flayed skin of the kids hanging on the cave walls. And that's when he remembers the purpose isn't the stones, it was to rescue these kids. And it's a humbling moment for him because he realizes, oh, this is bigger than stupid rocks. And that's his character arc in this movie. Not he Indiana Jones wants to hunt artifacts. He wants to get the treasure and preserve it for history, but he will always put human life and his friends first. And Temple of Doom shows that. And so that's his arc. And Willie and Short Round kind of have the same arcs because Short Round idolizes Indiana. He loves Indiana. He has his back. And he believes in Indiana even when Indiana turns evil and hits him. Like he's in tears, but he still believes Indiana's in there somewhere because he believes in him that much. I love that moment so much. And now stay with me here. Willie even has a little bit of an arc. She is vapid, she is shallow, she is annoying, but on purpose, and I still think it's funny. But at the end of the day, she also helps Indian Short Round in her way to free the children. When they're freeing the children, they're unlocking the shackles. She has that smile on her face. She is helping. She is saving them. And even at the end, even when she's complaining about the adventure and what a terrible time she had, and she and Indy kiss, the fulfillment isn't in the shallow romance that they had. The fulfillment was that they saved the children and brought peace to the village. And you can see when the children gather around them, they have the smile on their faces. It swells into triumph. The treasure, literally, the treasure wasn't the Sankara stones. The treasure were the friends and the children that we saved along the way.
I like that.
It literally is. And that's why I love Temple of Doom so much. It does not compromise on its tone or its violence or its characters. It never stops. And it is so fun and so creative because of that. And that is why Temple of Doom is my favorite Spielberg movie of all time.
I love it. What an interesting pick. So few people I think would choose that as being their favorite. So I love that you're willing to go out on the limb and say Temple of Doom is your favorite, and that it genuinely is your favorite. I love that. Wow, we did it. That was gargantuan
We did it.
experience. Wow, we made it through. uh, I think we should just kind of sign off. Any last words you want to say, Regan?
Yeah. To anybody who made it this far to the end, I just want to say that Spielberg is arguably, maybe the greatest director of our time. He has had such a massive influence on Hollywood, how movies are made, how directors direct their actors, how scenes are blocked, how shots are framed, and the composition is used in the camera. He has had such an influence on so many of the aspects of film production that it is undeniable. So please do not take him for granted, because he deserves at least your respect at the end of the day, because he knows what's up and he knows how to make a movie.
I agree. Just like talking about it again, these are movies I've loved my whole life. Really dawned on me how he grew with me as a director. When I was a kid, I loved movies like Raiders of the Lost Ark and Tintin and, E.T., those films. And as an adult, I love Schindler's List and I love movies like Munich. Um, it's beautiful that he can grow with you and he's still making great art. And Disclosure Day is going to be so awesome. I'm so excited for that film. So yeah, don't count him out as being just like the sellout Hollywood makes movies for money guy. He's a true artist and deserves the respect that people give him and the acclaim that people give him. So this has been a lot of fun. Thank you so much for joining me, Regan, on this crazy quest to watch all the
Yeah.
Spielberg movies. It feels good as a
And
completionist.
if anyone, yeah,
Go ahead.
and I'll say, if anyone made it to the end, congratulations.
You
If
did
made
it.
it here. Congrats, you did it.
So subscribe to our channel. We're going to make some more videos in the future. And we'll go ahead and sign off. See you around.